I would say that in all cases.
That's not what it says here. Oh no, we have the media. Perfect.
They need to be guaranteed to be made available so long as that person participates, not as a guaranteed participation slot.
Argue all you want.
Rather than posting an address, they post a link to the.
All right, we're gonna get started.
Oh,
Can I get confirmation of a quorum?
yes, confirming confirmation of quorum.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this special meeting of the City Council to order. We do have confirmation of a quorum. So we're going to move on to our closed session item. City Attorney, what are the closed session items for tonight's agenda?
Mr. Vice Mayor, there's two closed session items tonight. Item 1A is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of potential cases, one case. Item 1B is conference with labor negotiators, with the city representatives as listed, and the employee organization under discussion, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 1245, Unit 3. And we will be meeting in the Sparacino room as identified on the agenda.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who want to speak on the closed session items?
There's no public and no hands online.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start. We have nobody from the audience and nobody from Zoom. Seeing none, there are any members of the public, and the city clerk confirmed there's nobody on the Zoom. And seeing none, we're not going to adjourn to closed session. The city attorney will announce any reportable action at the conclusion of closed session. Go. Stuff here. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The City Council and the authorities concurrent meeting. I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values. Stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before others.
You take your seat. Assistant City Clerk, can we get roll call, please?
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Cox.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Gonzalez.
Here.
And I'd like to note for the record that Mayor and Chair Gilmore is absent this evening.
Thank you.
Motion to excuse Mayor Gilmore.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Please register your vote.
Motion carries 6-0,
Thank
with
you.
the mayor being absent.
I will read the AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the vice mayor's and vice chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Good evening, everyone, and welcome for today's meeting. The City Council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person and in the city via the Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting. The phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak to an agenda item or during public presentation, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, which are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. Assistant City Clerk, before we move on to the continuance and acceptance, we're going to be adjourning tonight in the memory of 2 individuals, and I'll allow Councilmember Cox will read the first one.
Yeah, so we'll do a moment of silence. I'll read, and then you want to do it, and I'll let you lead the moment of silence afterwards then. Okay, sorry. So I am privileged tonight to lead a moment of silence for Monty Macer Jr., as he was known among his friends as Rex. When I began my role on City Council, I had the opportunity of sitting for coffee every few months with Rex and a group of his retired SCPD detectives. He was always the dapper one, they said, impeccably dressed with good hair. He was always kind and gracious, and this was true. They joked last week that even when his hearing faded, his style never did. With Rex, you felt like you were sitting with someone who had lived a life of purpose and service. He served our country first, spending 4 years in the United States Air Force before joining the Santa Clara Police Department in 1959. He dedicated 35 years to the city, retiring in June of 1994. Most of his career was spent as a detective sergeant, where he handled complex investigation and intelligence work at a time when Santa Clara was in its prime for premium public services and becoming one of the nation's all-American cities, a standard which still defines our department today. Rex traveled across the U.S., working on major cases, and was a key member of investigative units during Santa Clara's most important moments. Outside of work, Rex was an avid golfer and a generous host. He loved his home at Tahoe on the South Shore and regularly brought his fellow officers and friends there to golf, building the same sense of camaraderie off-duty as he modeled on the job. I also want to share that Rex was known to be an extraordinary mentor. One of the things his friend Ted Keach told me, and he wanted me to know, was he was one of his life's personal heroes. And I think that speaks volume about the kind of man that Rex was. He served Santa Clara with integrity, professionalism, and heart. Our city is better because of his service, and his influence lives on through those he mentored and the standards he set. He's survived by his wife, Celia, his children, Colleen, Monty, Monica, Alicia, and Deliana, and his sister, Sheila. I respectfully ask that we honor our fellow Santa Claran, public servant, and as his friends say, Dapper Dan, with a moment of silence.
All right. A second person that we're going to adjourn in memory of is Thomas Michael Tom Hensley, age 83, who passed away peacefully at home on January 1st, 2026, surrounded by his family. Tom was born in San Francisco, California. He dedicated much of his life to public service, serving as a Santa Clara police officer for 32 years. Following his retirement from law enforcement, he continued his career in executive protection for an additional 14 years with Applied Materials. Tom deeply valued time with his family and cherished traveling to Hawaii, where he made many memorable trips over the years. He is survived by his wife, Jolene, and his children, Timothy, Andrew, Joseph, Melissa, Lily, Boo, and Nyla, and by his grandchildren, Kyra, Caitlin, Lenore, and Avery. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. So we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in their memory. With that, we will be moving on to our agenda, which is currently the continuous exceptions and reconsiderations. Do we have any? Are there any continuous, City Attorney?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You jumped ahead of me a little bit. I do need to report out on items in closed session.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we'll do that first. I don't have any continuances, exceptions, or otherwise, but I appreciate you asking. In closed session, council did meet on item 1A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. However, there's no reportable action out of that meeting. Council was not able to get to item 1B, and that item's been trailed until after the meeting. And so when it comes time to adjourn, the meeting will adjourn first to closed session and then to the next scheduled meeting. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So are there any continuous exceptions or reconsiders from the council, public, or staff?
Vice Mayor, we have 3 cards that are requesting to speak under continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. Can you see those on your screen?
So the first speaker is Lucila Ortiz.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council. My name is Lucila Ortiz. I am here with Working Partnerships USA, and I'm here because I wanted to express my deep disappointment that item 030 from Councilmember Park is not included in the agenda today. Given, the Super Bowl is coming next week, we believe that it's an urgent issue that should be considered by council today, and that we need to put the protections that needed to be in place in here for our community to feel safe and be able to fully participate in the events that are coming up. So I just want to put that question up forward.
Thank you. Next is Elisa or Elsa.
Hi, my name is Elisa. I am a resident of Santa Clara. I'm also requesting that item 030 be moved to the top of the agenda under public presentation. It's a very timely issue related to the Super Bowl. There's not another council meeting before then, and a lot of community members came out tonight to speak on this. It would be great to respect all of their time and not wait until midnight. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Wei Tran.
Good evening, council members. My name is Hui Tran. I'm executive director at Siren. We are here with some of our community members and request that item 030 we moved up in the agenda as well. We do want to hear from the council its positions on how we are preparing to protect our communities and our residents from any kind of federal overreach when the Super Bowl arrives, or even before and after. So we hope that you'll make the time tonight.
Thank you. City Attorney, I know that typically we deal with 0330s at the end of our agenda as far as council members.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Maybe a couple of points on that. It would be in council's prerogative, and certainly Mr. Park could speak to this since the 030 submittal was his, to take any consideration of his written request for a 030 prior to its normal place on the agenda. So if council wanted, that item could be moved up. I do want to make clear both to the council and to the public, however, that item, even if discussed, tonight, would not allow the council to take any definitive action tonight. A 030 request is whether or not to agendize an item for future council consideration on whether or not any proposed action, should be considered. And so just to want the public to be clear on that, it's up to presiding officer working with the council to decide the order of how things are taken up. But no matter what, did want to make clear that while public input would be allowed on any such item, and public presentations would probably be the logical, place for that, any kind of action would be a pure referral to staff and a potential agendization for consideration of some action at a future meeting.
So if the council is amenable, we can move that up so that we can have our public engage sooner. Okay. So we have Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I'm willing to make the motion to move the 030 process to after public hearing, but I'd also like to make a few comments, not any extended discussion on the topics or anything like that. But again, I think the city attorney is correct that the way that the 030 was agendized, meaning that it was not on the agenda, it was just part of the verbal council 030 process, there doesn't seem to be a way to take an action. But I want to make very clear that when I submitted the 030 request, it was as an email prior to coming to this council meeting. And we had a discussion with staff, and the 030 process, which I've talked to the city manager about, was supposed to allow the items brought forward by council to be agendized with the discussion working with staff. And I was hoping that talking to executive staff would allow this process to, it would be part of the process and allow discussion and action on an item that I requested be put on the agenda. Well, unfortunately, it was not put on the agenda. And we are, here tonight with the agenda before us, but I would like to move the 030, the council 030 item to after public presentation.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second to move the 030 process after public presentation. So you have the motion in front of you. Please.
Please register your vote.
That motion carries 6-0, so we will be taking up the 030 right after public presentation. Now we have the consent calendar. So next we have that calendar. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion? If not, anybody from the public? I don't see anything. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. I'll get you next time. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Did you get the? Okay. All right.
Please register your vote.
So that motion carries, so the consent calendar is approved 6-0, with the mayor being absent. Next, we're going to move on to public presentation. So for those that are not on the agenda, do we have any member of the public who want to speak? And I do see some names here, so I'm going to be reading the names. So Chris Capata?
I'm sorry. We're on public presentations.
Correct.
So what I might suggest, just to get some order to this, is that Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm going to have a problem calling you the right thing. Sorry about that. I'll get it eventually. Is to maybe organize public presentations into segments. If someone's here to speak on something other than Member Park's 030 request, that could be one grouping of public presentations, and then another grouping could be in response to the 030 request. But I might ask, again, to organize it still further, for Member Park to state his 030 request, so everybody in the public understands kind of what that is and what the discussion is about. So that would be my recommendation, Vice Mayor, to segment that, and before we get to the part regarding Member Park's 030 request, to have him state it for the record.
So do we have those listed on the cards?
So I believe your first speaker is here on a separate matter, Chris Capadia. I'm not sure what Howard Gibbons' topic is. Is it on? Okay, so then you've got two cards. So Chris Capadia and Howard Gibbons would be separate from everyone else.
Okay, so we'll take Chris Capadia.
Okay.
Right, chopped up your last name there.
Yeah, good evening, Vice Mayor and the council. Greetings. I'm here to promote senior-friendly city of Santa Clara, and not as a commissioner right now, but in an individual capacity. I have a lot of experience in doing this kind of work. I have been a member of TIE as a volunteer, and I've been a co-chair of their event in Santa Clara. We meet 4,000 people worldwide and conduct our entrepreneurial forum. And as such, I have a lot of experience in promoting the event and the activities. So I would like to have some kind of guidance in meeting with the people to promote Santa Clara as a senior-friendly city during these two big events. We are not going to get this opportunity. And if this event is in Florida, nobody is going to talk about Santa Clara. So I want to see Santa Clara in the forefront and as a senior-friendly city. I have a lot of ideas I want to share with the right people, so I need some guidance and direction so that I can discuss that.
So I'll direct the city manager to take your info if we don't already have it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Mr. Howard Gibbons?
Hello. Everybody knows me as Howard, the hot dog dude. I've been out there at that train station for 25 years. Pretty hard being closed down, being put out of business without anybody saying, hey, you're out of business, you're not going to make a living for a certain period of time. We're making $1 billion here, let me pay you for your losses. That's not happening. But I hope this little bit of a lesson can be learned from me with FIFA, that there are people out there who have permits, who are there all the time, and we're not dirty. This clean zone is very offensive. We are not dirty. The city manager and the city attorney a few years back with a past council member worked on getting people permits who were doing things illegal. That would be dirty. Worked on getting them to be legal. I know the city attorney came up with all kinds of weird-ass stuff to get around California, but they did. And they started getting a few people coming out of the dark, permits, and now they're being told, you can't make no money. We're going to make the money. We're the NFL. We make the money, not you guys. So hopefully with FIFA, you can kind of work with them, put it in there that you don't put the little man out of business because you want to come to our town, make a fistful of bucks, and destroy the little guys. Those other guys out there, luckily I have a big enough, loud enough voice that I get heard. I got front page of the San Jose Mercury News about this. They're looking at me, but I'm looking at the other vendors that are getting hosed by them. You know, so next time, let's include everybody. We are not dirty. That's a very offensive label they put on us. But meanwhile, y'all have fun. We'll see you at New Year's Lunar New Year celebration coming up. Hopefully you'll be there. But thank you. I'm out of time. Good job, Vice Mayor. First time up. Hey, better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So the other members of the public that want to speak, I believe, are going to be speaking on the 030. So your recommendation, Attorney Gibbons, was to have the 030, the Councilmember Park express what the 030 was going to be, correct? Or what he would like it to be?
Yeah, it should be after.
Thank you. City Attorney requested that Councilmember Park state his 030 at this point for the record, so that the public knows what it's on before they come up and decide if they want to speak on normal public comment or specific public comment related to the 030 request.
So, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I just want to note that doing it that way kind of deprives the people of being able to speak on both, meaning that because the 030 is not agendized, they're free to talk in public presentation. And, you know, just stating what I'd like to talk about for the 030 doesn't actually agendize that item. And as a result, people can speak again during the 030. I mean, that would be my take. I mean, simply stating what I want to say up front, I mean, I'm more than willing to do that. But again, I don't want to deprive the public of all of their chances to speak.
Vice Mayor? I'm trying to organize the public comments. My understanding, based on the few people that have spoken, I think should be allowed to speak again. The ones that have spoken already, I get that. But the idea that if the public is here to speak to the issue that Mr. Park has identified as an item he wants to be agendized, I think it benefits the entire public, including people watching, to understand what it is the people have seen in writing that not everybody may have seen, in order to kind of organize their thoughts. So that's my only suggestion, is to organize it in that way. I'm trying to help with transparency and focus of the discussion.
Councilmember Park, if you want to mention what your 030 is, that's fine. If not, we'll continue with the public presentation.
Oh, no. I think I would like to talk a little bit about this, but I need to give a little bit of background, because the 030 that I presented as an email has changed a bit because of the presentation, because of the timing of this meeting, because of its because we did not agendize it, because the timeliness of my original request. I mean, I want to remind people that this is the only meeting, this is the only regular meeting between now and the Super Bowl. And as a result, I felt it very important that we had something to discuss at this time, at this meeting. And because it's not agendized for this meeting, and we, seem to be disallowed from taking an action here, it has changed the nature of what my original request was. And I kind of want to explain how and why this came about, because that's very important to people who've come here with different expectations. So people may not believe this, but I've been here, I've been on having conversations since 7 o'clock this morning. I would say I've been on dozens of short phone conversations, talks, et cetera, trying to think about what we can do, because, well, we didn't have an agenda item that we could take action on. And we had to look at a lot of different things. Talk about, well, what's going to happen for Super Bowl? What's going to happen for other things? And I've had lots of people tell me, well, I don't want something on the agenda. We shouldn't put this on here. We shouldn't poke the bear, so to speak. And I considered a lot of different possibilities. Like, I considered Pascal's wager, and I've talked to many people about this. I said, well, one of the good outcomes would be we don't do anything, we don't say anything, and there are no problems with federal agents. And I'm going to say, even if that happens, I think that to have missed an opportunity to make a statement would not sit well with people. And it wouldn't necessarily sit well with me. So even though the outcome is okay, the process isn't the best process. I said, well, what would be worse if we said nothing and we did have federal issues? Like, that would be a really bad outcome. I mean, we will have missed an opportunity to say something, and there will be no protection. There'll be nothing that the people can look at for support. And I looked at, well, what if we do say something and nothing happens? And I think that that is actually probably the best outcome that we can think of, which is we speak out for the community, we speak out in support of the people who are here, of not people across the nation, but residents, workers, communities right here in Santa Clara, and then nothing happens. That would be the best of all possible worlds. But there's another possibility, which a lot of people use to try to dissuade me from going forward with this topic, which is, well, what if we make a statement and there is action? You know, and the blame would be, well, you
Mr.
did the
Vice
provocation.
Mayor, if I might, this is a lot of, I appreciate the members', perspective and the desire for context, but I think it's going beyond the scope of stating what the request is for an agendized item. Appreciate the thought process, but
but I think
recommending
I
that be
think the
focused
people-
on that
But I
item.
think the people need to understand why, if the motion or if my request isn't exactly what they expected, because some were copied on the emails, some we had discussions. Totally, I need to make that very clear so that it does not look like, so people can understand why things changed. Not knowing why things changed sometimes gives people a feeling of, well, we've been abandoned. And I think that rather than give people a feeling that they've been abandoned, I want people to know why be absolutely sure that the support is there, and explain why what's changed is still in support. So again, we are not trying to provoke anyone, but at some point, if we make a statement and something happens, I hope that the prevalent feeling would be that we're glad that we made a statement in support of the communities who were under attack. So my talking to a number of labor people, talking to a number of organizations, I have whittled down, it's still a long motion, but it was to agendize comprehensive policies and protocols for City Council to consider on February 10th on action required to make Santa Clara safe during Super Bowl, which is not going to happen, and FIFA World Cup, to make the city safe and inclusive for all residents, workers, and communities. And it's to agendize the discussion. Right. And again, one of the reasons is we have to consider the timing, we have to consider the will of council, how many people are willing to make a motion. I would rather that we are able to settle on something that passes, that city council is able to promote and move forward, rather than have something that's a little bit more, a little spicier, but doesn't pass. Even if it's not as, how would I say it? Even if it's not as full as we would prefer, I think it's important that we get there. And rather than try to do that tonight, where we have no action required anyway, the request from external and the request that I agree with would be to agendize a fuller discussion on February 10th.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to move on to our public presentation. So if we can have...
And I'm sorry, Vice, I know I'm being a little bit annoying here, but I just want to now frame for the public, while that is the 030, the public doesn't need to, if the public's interested in something different than that, the public can speak to something different than that. But I just wanted to get the framework for kind of the 030 discussion in front of everybody first. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. So we're going to start with Carlos Hernandez. If you want to speak, so is Carlos Hernandez here? Hernandez? No. Okay. Samantha? No last name?
Can I make just a comment? No, not the end. I want it before people speak.
I think they're looking.
Hold on, Samantha. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment before people speak, because I don't think most people came to speak on a continuance, right? But if you want to say something in addition to my motion for a continuance, this is a good time to speak, right? And again, I'm not saying that you can't also speak on the continuance. You can also speak on that. But my motion is essentially a continuance to bring this action before a full council on a regular agenda item. So if you want to speak on something that's not just about the continuance, please, this is your time to speak.
Yeah, so public presentation. So Samantha, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Samantha, and I am part of Latinos Contra Cancer and the Patient Organizing Committee. I am a patient organizer in Santa Clara County, and we urge the city of Santa Clara to pass a strong policy that publicly protects our immigrant communities and prohibits our local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE. I'm here to urge this council to take stronger action to protect our communities and healthcare spaces. Healthcare spaces must be places of trust, not fear. Right now, too many of our neighbors are afraid to seek medical care because of immigration-related fears. People second-guessing whether they should go to their appointments, and individuals with chronic conditions choosing to stay home rather than risk being seen. When people avoid care, conditions worsen, families suffer, and our entire community pays the price. No human should ever have to think twice about getting care they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Kim Wu.
Good evening, council members. I'm Kimberly Wu, and I'm a community organizer from Services, Immigrant Rights, and Education Network, also known as SIREN. We're here based in Santa Clara County. We're also a member of Immigrant Protection Empowerment Network, also known as IPEN. And today, we're strongly urging the council to call for a special meeting and pass a strong policy prohibiting cooperation with ICE and protecting our immigrant communities. Whether we like it or not, violent, untrained, armed ICE agents are coming to terrorize the Super Bowl in our Santa Clara communities. It's been confirmed by San Jose City Councilman Peter Ortiz and repeatedly threatened by DHS Secretary Noem. Whether we like it or not, ICE is coming to invade our streets and separate our families. And that's exactly why silence is not an option. Because silence makes our immigrant and broader communities scared that our representatives, who were elected and sworn to protect us, will abandon us in a life and death crisis when our people are under attack. We must pass these critical protections for our immigrant communities now before an emergency like Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and Chicago and across the country happens here in our beloved Santa Clara backyard. When our people's lives are at stake, we do not want to be forced to scramble to make and implement these fundamental protections that we should have passed when we had a chance, like today, the last regular city council meeting before the Super Bowl. Crucial protections like prohibiting cooperation with ICE absent a judicial warrant, safe site protocols, community know your rights education, ICE-free zones, and a comprehensive rapid response plan are what we urgently need to protect our people, and are actually policy victories that we see across the Bay, from San Mateo County, San Jose, Santa Clara County, and Alameda County just today. I know with all my heart that we both stand on the side of the people, and on the side of constitutional rights to due process, freedom of speech, and safety for everyone. And the people are urging you to call for a special meeting before the Super Bowl on February 8th, before the Super Bowl that's happening on February 8th, to immediately pass basic immigrant protections and create a comprehensive rapid response plan to immigration enforcement. The policy is already written by our communities for you as the elected council for the Super Bowl host city to boldly lead and pass for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Wei Tran.
Good evening again. My name is Hui Tran, and I'm Executive Director at SIREN. We are here to speak in support of this council showing the courage to create the policies that will protect our residents. SIREN is also part of the steering committee for the Rapid Response Network. We want to see from this council whether you have the will to protect your residents from the abuses and the overreach of the federal government. Less than 2 weeks from tonight, Santa Clara will host the Super Bowl. We have known for months that the federal government will have its agents in this city. After what we have seen in Minneapolis, there should be no question that we need to strengthen our protections. Since the mass deportation campaign began, we have seen immigrant communities terrorized by federal agents. Immigrants who are in the country legally have been detained using the court processes that were created for them. Immigrants have been detained in offices and held in days in substandard conditions. Immigrants have been dragged out of their cars and hospitalized by overzealous federal agents who care not for our Constitution. And to be clear, this is what happened here in California, some of it here in our county. We are not immune to what happens from the federal government despite our policies. Through the Rapid Response Network, we receive calls from across the county to respond to ICE sightings. There have been days where we receive upwards of 120 calls. The sheer volume of calls tells us that fear is rampant. We have heard many public officials say that the best strategy is to fly under the radar. Our states and cities have been name-checked by the president. His officers have said they want to come for us. Back in October, 100 federal agents landed in Alameda ready to surge in the Bay Area. It is too late to put our heads in the sand. Sanctuary policies are not about obstruction or interference. Strong policies ensure that local officers and resources are not used to expand federal government capacity. We ask you to be courageous in light of what occurred in the past few weeks, if not everything that has occurred in the past year. We already have a draft policy. We can hand it over to the council tomorrow. The organizations in this room can work with your staff to get it done at a meeting you schedule next week before the game comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Samina Usman.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman, and I'm a Santa Clara resident. Also, I'm speaking on behalf of Secure Justice. And so, 32 people have been murdered by ICE last year, and an additional 8 this year. You have families who have been torn apart. You have been people who have been murdered, children who have been robbed from their parents. And now we hear that the president has set his sights on Santa Clara, given the fact that we are hosting the Super Bowl, we're going to be hosting FIFA, and that we don't have a policy in place in order to protect our residents from such kidnappings is frankly disappointing. Because I know that community members have come and have wanted to have a strong and robust policy in order to protect our community, but our city has not yet made the move in order to make that happen. And yet we have other cities, our neighboring cities. We have the county of Santa Clara, we have San Jose, who has passed resolutions in order to protect its residents. Why not here in Santa Clara? And yet we have community organizations like IPEN, like Siren, other, the Rapid Response Network, which I also am a part of, who have a policy that's drafted that needs to be implemented. And we need to show here today that Santa Clara is going to be protecting its residents. We have a sizable minority community and folks who are documented and undocumented who are being abducted by ICE. And so if we aren't here, if we aren't ready to make that stand, then frankly, I'm disappointed. And I'm a 26-year resident of this city. I hope that my city is going to be protecting us and is going to be implementing. These are reasonable policies. These are not unreasonable to be able to prohibit cooperation with ICE unless required by a valid judicial warrant, to establish ICE-free zones on city-owned and controlled property, to protect our residents' personal data by preventing ICE access to non-public city databases, to implement safe site protocols and training for city staff and contractors and vendors, and to ensure transparency and accountability. These are not hard asks, these are common sense asks. And we should have implemented this before, but hindsight is 2020. We need to do this now, and I hope that the city is going to take this seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Jeremy Barus.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. Jeremy Bruce with Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment, and we're with IPEN. And I urge the council tonight to pass a strong policy that publicly protects our immigrant community and prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE, and other policies like safe site protocols and ICE-free zones. We urge the council to stand up for immigrants, not through words, but through policy and action. Over the last year, we've all seen the gross abuses of ICE and passing such policies would guarantee that we are ensuring public safety for all Santa Clara residents, including our most vulnerable. And we must take action now and agendize a special meeting before the Super Bowl. Local cities and counties in Santa Clara County in Northern California have been passing policies to protect immigrants against the atrocious overreach of ICE and the separation of families. So let's uphold our values and be a welcoming city for all its residents, so history can look back on us and we can say we didn't leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carmen Martinez.
Hello, my name is Carmen, and I'm the Director of Organizing with Latinos Contra Cancer. I'm here to urge the City of Santa Clara to agendize, approve, and implement strong sanctuary protections as both the Super Bowl and FIFA World Cup are approaching. With untrained federal agents expected to deploy in this region, it's essential that Santa Clara reaffirms limits on ICE activity to protect public health and community safety of your residents, those who voted for you. ICE presence causes disruption of essential services such as emergency care, regular appointments, mental health support, and routine screenings. When families fear that a clinic, school, or community center could expose them to ICE, they delay care, which leads to preventable illnesses, worsening chronic conditions, and increased public health risks for everyone. Public health relies on trust. ICE's long records of right violations, killings, and family separations create significant trauma when families are destabilized. It directly harms them and the community. These impacts make sanctuary protections not only a humanitarian necessity, but a public health priority. For these reasons, I strongly support ICE-free zones. Cities' facilities must not be used for surveillance or detentions. Public spaces should support health and safety, not fear. No data sharing with ICE. Clear protocols and community education. City staff and contractors need a standardized training and consistent protocol when federal agents appear. Do you all have a plan that protects your community members? Remember, the people elected you. That's who you work for. Asking for clear protocols is the bare minimum. Residents need multilingual education to understand their rights. I'm talking about billboards, large mailers to all residents, immigration forums, or clinics so residents can be educated and screen for options. As a Super Bowl host and future World Cup city, Santa Clara must act now. Strong sanctuary policies will improve public health and safeguard families and ensure safe, coordinated event operations. I urge the council to move forward with this, to be agendized, approved, and implemented. Santa Clara's commitment to health, dignity, and public safety for all residents. If you don't act upon this and things do go off, when immigration enforcement comes into this city, you guys are the ones to blame for. And we will make sure that you are not elected again. Thank you.
Right, next is Akimi Flynn. Akimi, okay.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. Kemi, I'm with the Immigrant Protection and Empowerment Network, also known as IPEN, which is based at Amigos de Guadalupe and a cross-sector network across the county. And I just want to join the others in urging you to agendize this item, establish a strong policy and protocols to protect the public safety of residents of Santa Clara, as well as visitors and others who are here. All people in the city and in our region deserve to have our public safety protected, our wellness protected, our constitutional and human rights protected. And I just want to offer, in partnership, IPEN is a cross-sector network. We have reached out to members of your council. We had a session 2 weeks ago where our county supervisor and San Jose City Council member shared their experiences establishing strong policies and offered themselves and the county and city staff to work in partnership. The county council and the city of San Jose attorney have done the heavy lifting on establishing these protocols and doing the in-depth legal review. So it means that the city of Santa Clara and other cities across our county can move more quickly in establishing these policies. Also, the city of San Jose has established a model safe site protocols that doesn't need a city an elected official adopted policy, but it can be implemented at the administrative level. And that has, the city of San Jose is offering itself as a support, as a resource. We have an intergovernment work group where we welcome members of the city manager's office at cities across the county. So we stand here in partnership with you and ask you to please commit to having a public meeting next week and taking action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Uritzi Torres.
Everyone. I am Uritzi, and I am here representing Siren, also urging the City of Santa Clara to pass a strong policy that publicly protects our immigrant communities and prohibits our local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE unless required to by a valid judicial warrant or a court order. I want to know a lot of what Councilmember Park talked about was about uncertainty. So I want to talk about what we are certain about. We know that ICE is an entity that rapes people in their custody, that rips toddlers from their caregivers and parents, and murders without remorse. As somebody who works with the community, and as a lot of my colleagues can testify to, we also know that the community is deeply, deeply afraid. Families are afraid to go out, even for groceries. Parents are being taught how to prepare to be separated from their children. And teens and very, very young children are being taught how to survive an interaction with ICE, including how to hold their hands like this so that they might not be targeted by ICE or be used as a scapegoat to continue persecution of their families. At the start of the meeting, you talked about your commitment to respect and standing up for all your constituents, even if it is beyond your own experiences, beyond your own personal experiences. There is no time better than now to uphold that commitment. Please agendize Councilmember Park's item and go beyond that. The Bay Area has been repeatedly targeted, threatened by ICE's, been repeatedly threatened to be ICE's next major target. Please plan for a big operation here and use the networks that already exist. I did see that there was already, I saw this, sign up for emergency alerts. I think this is a great network that already exists that can alert people to large ICE operations, and it costs you nothing. It's already here. So please, please stand up for your community.
Elsa or Elisa, and then Melinda Berlant is going to be next.
Hi, my name is Elisa. I'm a Santa Clara resident. Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and in this moment, it's impossible not to remember when we see the strategies and attitudes of the Nazis being overtly duplicated by the Trump administration. The only difference between then and now is which group is being oppressed. We learned about this from the perspective of values in Hebrew school at Temple since before I can remember, and we learned about this in a historical way at school. Anyone who can't see the correlation between what we learned growing up and what's happening now should have failed those classes. Judaism has a long history of activism, of saying, here I am, and not being afraid to do what is right. I'm asking you to stand up and do that. Don't be afraid. The people and elected officials of Minneapolis are not afraid. What they're doing is incredibly brave. Their clear public statements and actions are a model we should all aspire to. I'm not saying that actions don't have consequences. I'm saying that it's important to recognize that sometimes those consequences are worth it. Because in this moment, saying something and doing something is more important. You can't let fear keep you from doing what's the right thing. Our community deserves better than that. Because to stay silent in this moment is dishonor the legacy of every person oppressed during the Holocaust and World War II. But even simpler than that, I don't know why I need to explain why killing people is bad. It should be easy to publicly state that you do not condone violence. I shouldn't have to stand up and convince people to care about others. People across the country might think they're looking at San Francisco, or maybe even San Jose, but the eyes of the nation will be looking at Santa Clara on February 8th. They will be watching what happens in a blue state full of coastal elites led by a presidential frontrunner, and the current administration is hungry for headlines. Not only will your actions affect the people of our city, county, and state, but you can have an impact on the trajectory of this larger battle facing the country. We cannot let a violent and malicious group of people terrorize our city. You have a responsibility to protect the people who live and visit here. I'm frustrated that nothing about the Super Bowl safety or preparing for ICE presence is on the agenda today. The city needs to establish policies and communicate them publicly. That requires setting a meeting that happens before the Super Bowl next weekend and not waiting until February 10th. Call a special session or turn your closed session next week into a public one. Or even agendize this item for that closed session and keep it closed. Whatever you need to do, but you have to do something. Find a time to meet, follow the lead of San Jose and Santa Clara counties, and refuse to allow ICE to use city property or resources. Refuse to cooperate in any way beyond what's legal. Ask the 49ers to follow in the footsteps of the Sharks. And make sure that the headlines next week are about football, Green Day, and Bad Bunny, and not more violence on our streets. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have Melinda Berlant, and then Danny Rasek is next.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Berlant, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara. Tonight, I want to share a serious concern I have in light of recent aggressive ICE activities and murders in Minneapolis. I am afraid. But I will not allow this fear to silence me. Today is Holocaust Memorial Day, and I was raised that if we are able to speak, it's incumbent upon us to do so. With the Holocaust, we teach our children to recognize the signs of an unjust society. And as I was taught, today I am saying, never again and not in my city. I am stunned that I've not seen policies or action plans to protect and defend all of our residents, especially the most vulnerable and those speaking out and protesting. I beg you to create a policy and action plan immediately. I do not want my city allowing the unlawful actions, activities, and presence of ICE. There is no reason for them to be here. All that will happen is that they will terrorize us, all of us. Do not share city and resident information with ICE. Prohibit immigration enforcement from using city data. Require ICE agents to show their faces. ICE representatives must have ID and badges that are easily visible to everyone. And there should not be any excessive force by ICE in peaceful and lawful gatherings, even if it's in opposition to ICE and the president. Now is the time to act proactively and not get caught flat-footed and be forced to act reactively. Please add a council meeting on Tuesday, February 3rd, before the Super Bowl, so we can be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny Rasek.
Thank you. My name is Danny Razek, and I am just here speaking for myself. I stand here in gratitude that I have the ability to speak freely to you. I am horrified. I am in shock of what I have seen in this country. My country is going through a constitutional crisis. There are cities across this country that have changed their laws to protect themselves and have stood against what is going on right now. The Overton window is shifting. Younger generations are looking at this as extremely unacceptable behavior. I don't know what you need to do to adapt this amazing set of strategic points into this city, but I do know that your neighboring cities are doing this right now. And if ICE isn't legally able to go to all those other places, they will come here. So I am going to beg you to stand up for this community and do that. I do live in San Jose, but I was born in Santa Clara at the old Kaiser Hospital. My family is here, and I am going to be here to stand up for them. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Sophia Yavu, and then Anna S. is going to be next.
To the Vice Mayor and the City Council, thank you for taking the time to listen to my comments. My name is Sophia Yavu, and I'm a doctoral candidate in education policy at the University of Urbana-Champaign and am a resident of the city of Sunnyvale. I speak before you to raise my concerns about the lack of citywide policies instituted by the city of Santa Clara, which aim to protect residents and visitors from the inhumane practices of ICE, leading up to upcoming large-scale events like the Super Bowl and the World Cup. While I'm not a resident of Santa Clara, I'm concerned about what the city is planning to do beyond existing policies to protect all of the people within Santa Clara's city limits, especially since the Department of Homeland Security has confirmed that ICE's presence is increasing for the Super Bowl, and I foresee unlikely to subside afterwards. According to the U.S. 2021 Census, the city of Santa Clara has a 65.5% non-white resident population, meaning that 65.5% of Santa Clara residents, regardless of immigration status, are targeted and subject to being targeted to ICE's unlawful practices and deadly harm. Given the recent events and deaths that have transpired in Minneapolis, Minnesota, it is also clear that white people are at risk of deadly harm at ICE's hands. This means 100% of the people that are within your city limits are at risk of deadly harm. And the unfortunate reality and the jolting reality is that also means 100% of the people in this room. I understand the public comments are not for prolonged conversation or the addition of agenda items except for special circumstances. However, I humbly request that we continue this conversation and be added to the agenda tonight, and that we convene a special meeting to discuss and implement a vote on February 3rd to institute a policy reflective of the City of San Jose's vote to ban ICE's use of city-owned property. Considering the number of public spaces within walking distance of Levi's Stadium, there's significant opportunities for participants of events as well as residents to be subjected to harm and being confronted by ICE. In addition, I would also like to request the consideration of incorporating multi-purpose spaces, such as Levi's Stadium and its associated parking lots, into this policy. Although I understand there are key partners who are not in this room to discuss this. It's imperative and an urgent policy for us to consider due to the timely conjunction of human trafficking that rises naturally when a Super Bowl occurs, no matter what city it's in. So I implore you, please consider everybody and consider voting yes on a policy that bans ICE's presence in public spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. So Anna S. and then Ariel.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Ana Sampaio. I'm a professor at Santa Clara University that specializes in immigration politics. I'm also a homeowner and resident, technically in Sunnyvale, but about 100 feet from where the Santa Clara-Sunnyvale border lies. That puts my home as well in the secure zone adjacent to Levi Stadium. And so I am deeply concerned with what the city of Santa Clara does as somebody who regularly works in the city, but also as a homeowner who is affected by what the city does and does not do. And it's for these reasons that I encourage I support Councilmember Park's language, but I encourage the council to go further, to not only pass a policy that protects its immigrant communities, but that shields and prevents its law enforcement from being mobilized as immigration agents or in service to federal law enforcement agents. Also to protect the city services from being deployed in service to those federal immigration authorities. I am deeply concerned about this, not only as somebody who regularly studies and researches on the subject, but as the child of immigrants. I grew up in a mixed status household, as do many people in Santa Clara and Santa Clara County. This isn't just something that affects our immigrant communities, it affects entire families, it affects entire populations of people. I'm also deeply concerned as somebody who researches this and has done this for decades about the aggressive, escalating extra-legal tactics that are being deployed on the regular by federal immigration agents, not exclusively ICE or CBP, but other agents as well. And that absent a policy, absent a proactive position from the city, we will see those same kind of tactics deployed here in our area. I'm also concerned because as somebody who works at the Santa Clara University campus, with the absence of protections for sensitive locations like churches and schools, our people on Santa Clara are subject to the absence of these kinds of protections and really rely on places like the Santa Clara City Council to shield them from the presence of that kind of law enforcement. Let me be clear. The normalization of violence and fear is very real, and we feel it at Santa Clara. Our students are already fearful. They are already concerned about showing up for class. Our international students are already concerned. So there's no waiting for the effect to take place. The effect is already taking place. It's a question about how do we intervene and what do we do to protect those within our jurisdiction. At the end of the day, Santa Clara has this pivotal moment to be able to act, to be able to work in conjunction and to reflect the values of the cities and counties around us, but also to stand out for the rest of the country and the rest of the world as a population and as a city that will support its people in an inclusive fashion, as Councilmember Park's resolution indicated, but that will also take action to protect against federal law enforcement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ariel. And then we're going to have Daya Kunkun after Ariel.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us all the time to speak tonight. I also specifically would like to thank Councilman Park for having a spine here and doing your best to do something about this. And of course, everyone else who came up before me. I don't know how I could say it better, but I just want to say that, to put it plainly, in other civilized countries, people are not afraid to leave their houses, go to school, go to work, go to a community event, seek medical care, etc., because of the threat of being kidnapped off the street, separated from their families, beaten to death, or shot. And I don't think this is the type of country any of us want. I don't think it's the type of country you guys want for yourselves or your children or grandchildren. And I get it. You guys are not the federal government. But at the same time, somebody has to stand up here and put their foot down and say, not here, not in our city. And I don't know what could possibly be a better opportunity for that than the Super Bowl, a nationally televised all-American event. Right? What better time to stand up for the American values, right, of saying, hey, you can come here and seek a better life. We accept immigrants. Our strength is diversity, right? Those are the values that we need to be standing up for here because, as stated, 100% of your constituents are at risk from ICE in the upcoming week. And it boggles the mind that somehow this did not make it onto the agenda this time. But you guys have a chance to fix that, right? You can schedule a meeting to discuss it before the Super Bowl and implement some sort of plan to protect the people in your city and in the surrounding area and those traveling in for the Super Bowl and those just passing through. So I think that that is really the only logical and reasonable thing to do in this circumstance for all of you. And, you know, while we're on the topic, Flock cameras, they just have no place in a civilized society, okay? Get rid of them. End your contract. God knows where that data is going and what federal agencies it is helping right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Dea Cancan, and then Javier Admas Gonzalez is going to be next.
Good evening. My name is Dea Kunkun with Unite Here Local 19, and I'm proud to represent Santa Clara workers, including many workers at Levi Stadium. With the Super Bowl only 12 days away and the World Cup rapidly approaching, it is important that the city advance the proper protections for immigrants working and attending these events. The Super Bowl and World Cup relies on thousands of workers, many of whom are immigrants, who often face the greatest risk and the least protection, especially in the current times. Every worker in our community deserves safety, fair pay, and dignity. Santa Clara can work to affirm this message through agendizing and passing clear policies to protect all workers, regardless of immigration status. We ask that you include labor organizations and community partners in planning for these upcoming events, because we bring knowledge on safety and workforce conditions that prevent real problems. I'd like to remind the council that ICE response that is ongoing in Minneapolis was not due to a huge sporting event. But the President and Homeland Security has made it clear that they view the Super Bowl as an opportunity to exercise their fervor further. This is a critical opportunity for Santa Clara to take concrete steps to protect the community and to lead in taking a stance in favor of the immigrants in our community during a time of great attacks from ICE. This is your time to ensure the community is well prepared for future attacks. Thank you.
All right, Javier.
Good evening, council members and vice mayor. Hello, my name is Xavier. I live in Santa Clara and San Jose, where sometimes my grandmother and sometimes different family members. I represent the community service organization, and we urge the city of Santa Clara to pass a strong policy that publicly protects our immigrant communities and prohibits our local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE, unless required by a valid jurisdictional warrant or court order. Reasons why? It seems to me that these ICE agents are violent and seem very untrained. They escalate situations when the point of an officer is supposed to be de-escalating situations. A lot of these immigrant communities, their civil rights are violated. The children are taken away from their parents. Some of these facilities, you could hear the children crying. And it heartbreaks me knowing that the council members have not decided to speak on this matter. My foster parent, my foster dad was actually an immigrant, and him being a foster parent helped him get his legal status. Him working all those overtime hours, him pushing and advocating and teaching me how to be an adult to the young man that I am today helped advocate that. These are good people. What can Santa Clara do to help these people? Respectfully. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we have Batman and then Lucila Ortiz.
What the fuck are we doing here? Seriously, you have had months to prepare for this upcoming event. I don't give a damn if this is outside of decorum. People are dying on our streets every single day in this country because we allow this federal government to walk all over you. Look me in the eye. Can any one of you go home to your children and tell them that you did everything you could to protect their classmates, to protect their grandparents, to protect them? I don't think you can, with the exception of Park. Thank you. This needs to have happened 2 months ago, but you can still make it up and make every single policy on this little sheet of paper here happen right now. Happen before the Super Bowl. Happen before potentially hundreds of masked men come into our city and kill people. I am disgusted by each and every one of you, with the exception of Councilmember Park, that you have not done something more. You need to affirm that no city resources will go to ICE, that no cooperation will be given to them. You need to affirm to the country, to the world, that you are not cowards. Because as of right now, I stand in front of a council of cowards. And if you do not act, you're not just cowards, you are traitors. Traitors to each and every individual you serve. To each and every individual that lives in this country, legal or not. You need to do something about getting these policies into writing, ensuring that your officers do not cooperate with ICE, ensuring that they cannot use city resources, that they cannot tap into city data, before more people die. Yes, more people die. I don't think I need to go into how many people have been shot, how many people have been taken, how many children have been abducted and used as bait. I don't need to tell you that. You see it on the TV every single day. I don't want you to sit back and watch. I want you to fucking do something. Each and every one of these people who have came up has been very polite, very earnest, very kind, pleading you, begging you to do something. I'm not begging you. I'm fucking demanding that you act with some semblance of a fucking spine. Do something.
Thank you, Ms. Sheila Ortiz. And then after Sheila, we're going to have Ishula.
It's kind of hard to follow Batman. Thank you. Hi, Council, again. My name is Lucila. I'm here as a Deputy Director of Working Partnerships, and I just had to speak up again because there was something that was said that I found a personal offense to, and that is the idea of quote unquote not poking the bear. As an immigrant, as a woman, as a person of color, and as a resident of this community, I am finding that really, really offensive and cowardly. Not only is it cowardly for you to turn a blind eye to the suffering of the most vulnerable in your community in hopes that this will not happen to you. Is that really what you're telling me? Is that your excuse for not taking action? Is that you just want to make sure that the bully is not paying attention to you, right? Not only is that cowardly, but it doesn't work. Anyone that's had to deal with bullies can tell you that. It doesn't work. The only thing that it does is that it feeds the conditions that created that bully in the first place, right? But if humanity doesn't speak to your staff, you know, maybe they should think about the repercussions of the headlines of this Super Bowl being how City Council didn't take proactive steps and how ICE was able to create chaos in your community. That's not going to create the good conditions for anybody. We're not asking you to put your bodies in the line to do something in there. All that we're asking you is to implement common sense solutions that will put protections in place that will benefit everyone. Not just the immigrant community, not those who are going to be directly threatened by ICE, but everyone, including the 49ers, who can profit more from a successful event than from not having a successful event at all. So I know that you have a meeting next week, you know, already in the calendar. You can agendize this to that meeting, or you can call a special session next week before the Super Bowl to do the right thing. So I hope that you can do the right thing, either because you're a human being and you feel for other people, but also you can do the right thing because that's what's going to create the most profit. Thank you.
Next is, thank you, Ishula and Jack McGovern after that. I think Jack is online, so. Ishula?
Good evening, everyone. I think it's frankly disappointing that we're here discussing passing a resolution to prevent Santa Clara Police Department from cooperating with ICE. That should really be the baseline. We should be talking about how we can all come together as a community, law enforcement and civilians from throughout the Bay Area to enforce state law and arrest these armed, masked ICE thugs who will no doubt be violating the recently passed State Bill SB 627 prohibiting law enforcement from being masked. And if our elected officials and law enforcement officers can't commit to plan to enforce that law and protect our vulnerable communities and minorities, my request then is for the city of Santa Clara and law enforcement to be consistent and also publicly refuse to enforce California's law against the open carry of firearms by lawful firearm owners in the Bay Area on Super Bowl Sunday. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jack McGovern, and I'm the Political Director of the South Bay Labor Council, and I'm proud to be here with all my fellow neighbors and allies and other nonprofit leaders speaking on behalf of this item. We, the Labor Council, the union workers, our nonprofit allies and immigrant neighbors, we are the ones who keep services running, respond to emergencies, maintain facilities, and protect public safety. When crowds leave and the cameras are gone, we remain on the ground serving our residents. And we are asking that the city protect our workers and unions and nonprofits now. We are asking for the city to protect our immigrant brothers and sisters from ICE. I can't state in any better words than what has already been said. Councilmember Park, I appreciate your support. We know what's at stake in the coming days. We know who is coming to our area here. We know it is our residents, our workers, our neighbors who are going to suffer. You can prevent that suffering. Respect for workers, respect for our neighbors, respect for your residents means listening to them and protecting them right now. Thank you.
Unmute yourself, Omar.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
My name is Omar. I am a volunteer with the Muslim community, particularly the MCA, the Muslim Community Association. And I just wanted to voice my opinion and echo the sentiment shared tonight as a son of immigrants and with many immigrants in my family. And let's face it, everyone in this room, if you're not Native American, Indigenous, you also come from immigrants. And I wanted to echo the sentiment that this council puts an item on the agenda and adopts a policy that the organizations in attendance today have already prepared, because it's the right thing to do, it's the just thing to do, and it's your responsibility to take action. Because let's face it, the only thing ICE has proven to be is criminal, and so it's your responsibility to take action that's in the best interest of the people in this city and area. Thank you.
Hello. I wanted to echo as well the previous speakers, including the Batman. I agree on everything that he said, but the bad words that he said, I wish he didn't. I ask you please to do everything you can to prevent ICE from terrorizing our community. I was unable to come today to the meeting in person. My little daughter is sick. But I still want you, please, to do everything you can to prevent them from harming our community, from terrorizing everybody. They're pure harm. And instead, actually, to use the money, whatever that they're spending on our communities, please use it towards housing, towards healthcare, towards education. We need all of that. And anyways, the Trump regime, whatever he's doing, the way he's managing his things, this is the way of dictators in the third world, and this is actually igniting a civil war. He's very dangerous, and please do everything to stop him. And I appreciate Kevin Park for his initiative. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, honorable council members. I am a resident of the city of Santa Clara. My name is Jeff Houston. I support the previous speakers in standing up to ICE. We need ICE-free zones, especially at our stadium, like what the Sharks did at the SAP Center. We should not share any of our data with ICE. We should follow in the footsteps of San Jose City Council and not allow ICE to utilize our city property. If and when ICE comes here, our police department should continue to focus on the citizens of Santa Clara and should not support the federal government and ICE operations. Our police officers work for us. They have no obligation to support ICE. We should do the right thing, what's right for us. We should stand up to the bully. We are not poking the bear. The bear is poking us. If a special council meeting is necessary to make these things happen, then we should do that. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you. Anybody else on the speakers list? All right.
Those are all the cards, and there are no more hands online.
All right, so we're going to move on from our public presentation. And we did move up our 030 request to be after a public presentation. So we've had that request from Councilmember Park.
Yes, and I want to say a couple of things. First of all, thank everyone that came here, and I want to especially thank those who came back, because I remember you from the last meeting too. And for those of you who think I've done a great thing, I didn't do a great thing. Like, I agree with the people who said something like this should have been done a long time ago, which is this didn't just start happening now. It didn't happen last week. It didn't happen 2 weeks ago when we had the meeting. This was happening for a long time. We've known about the events in our city for a year.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm sorry, I appreciate council members' comments during public comment, and even with respect to an item to be added to the agenda, there isn't, provision for substantial statements by council members, and so I just want to remind you of the item that's in front of you, and the context for it is
Does he
whether or
need a
not
second to get this on the agenda, or is it just a vote that we're taking here on the 030?
The vote that you would be taking is whether or not to agendize an item for future consideration. So just want to remind you of that. I appreciate Member Park's comments, but it's not supposed to be a substantial comment and statement of your view and position on this.
So, City Council, we've heard the 030 request. Do we have that?
Vice Mayor, it's not like no one can say anything. There a comment can be made regarding, do I think this is important and necessary to agendize? And Member Park can say that as well. Yeah. It's just supposed to be a brief statement about the basis, for agendizing that. Again, don't mean to be too circumscribing of the discussions, but it's supposed to be focused on that, both under the Brown Act and under our policy.
All right, so we do have a couple of speakers. Councilwoman Cox.
Sure. Without saying too much, yes, I will make a motion to agendize this if we can do it on the special calendar next week or as soon as possible. And I would apologize, really, shame on us. As somebody who works at the university in a doctoral program in social justice and impact, You guys saw earlier how easy it is to regulate hot dog sales. We created a safe zone for selling hot dogs. And so this is paramount, and yeah, thank you, and we are sorry. I will say that, I can't speak for everyone, but shame on us. We were at every press event talking about how great this was, and we failed to see the big picture through this. So happy to agendize this.
I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. We do have other speakers. Councilman Jane?
I wanted to understand from city manager, we do have a special meeting scheduled for February 3rd, next Tuesday, and I'm wondering what are the rules around adding items to that agenda or changing that agenda to add an open session?
Sure. Through the Vice Mayor, absolutely. You do have a special meeting scheduled for February 3rd, Tuesday, February 3rd at 5:30 to discuss labor negotiations. You can certainly at that agenda direct staff tonight to add a public item to bring this item back for action. We can do that either before or after the closed session. I think in the interest of time, staff will, with your direction, take a look and schedule it at the most appropriate time, likely before the closed session matter. That may take some time so that you have appropriate time to discuss it. With a special meeting, per California state law, you have to publish 24 hours in advance. We would endeavor to publish well in advance of that so that the public has enough notice that the meeting will be occurring, should you vote in that direction tonight.
That would be my preference.
Thank you. Councilmember Shahal?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, everyone who came over here. And I'll be brief. I want to follow City Attorney's advices, but I want to be brief in my comments. What's going on in United States, in different states, is unprecedented. Like, I am an immigrant myself. I came from India. And we read and see what's happening in those countries, in some of those countries, how the human rights violations are committed, how you're not able to freely have a freedom of speech, basically. And that's what is going on in some of this, during this process, basically. And we have so many emails from our residents, and as Council Member Park and Councilmember Cox said, I know all these cities have been late in finding this thing, like San Jose or county supervisors, but I think it's high time that we should do something about it. We should hear our residents and we should act on it. And whatever we can do, I know there are very limited powers cities have compared to the federal powers, but whatever we can do should be done. And for that matter, I already seconded the motion, and I will be very happy to bring this back on 3rd for a detailed discussion and doing whatever justifiable from human point of view, from our rights point of view, and to protect the community over here. Santa Clara is a minority-majority community, like more than 50% of the Santa Clara residents are minorities. So we need to act on it, and I'll be supporting that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, I want to remind the chair and members to not take substantive positions on this. The concept is whether or not this should be agendized. The other thing we'll want clarification on with the motion in the second is Member Parks' 030 was to agendize the item for February 10th for a comprehensive discussion of what we can do on these policies. So clarity from the group as to whether or not you're expecting actual policies to be adopted, which will be a heavy lift under any circumstance, particularly if you're going to agendize it for February 3rd, or a comprehensive discussion as was originally presented of what kind of policies are available, including, I would imagine, things that the city's doing already and an explanation of, things that are already in place. So would want, before we move forward on that, clarity on the motion and the second as to the intent of the item agendized for the 3rd. Did I ask that correctly, Mr. City Manager? Thank you.
And I think the motion was to have it agendized at the February 3rd meeting, correct?
February 3rd.
Yeah.
If I need to clarify that in the motion, I will. I
think it was clear.
concur
Yeah.
with Councilmember Jane.
And I think it was clear. And
So February 3rd, I heard, and the back to Member Park's comments and proposal, agendized comprehensive discussion of policies and protocols.
My line's been on.
yeah. So, we'll get to the speaking list right now. But so Councilwoman Hardy.
Thank you. I guess I took it very personally that we've been told we didn't do anything. I want you to know that I've been the chair of the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Agency, and over a year ago, we set up policies saying that our first responders, which is that communication system, would only be for our members of our county who pay for it. And we made a policy not to share that with state or federal at all. And that has been in place. That is one thing I can say publicly. A lot of other things we've done to keep people safe can't be said, or it would violate our concerns for the people and things we are protecting. And this is what's very frustrating for me, to know a lot of things that have been done and can't say anything because of protections for the people who are most at risk. And you may not believe that. Fine. Voy a la iglesia en español, 10 años. I've been going to church for 10 years in Spanish. Please don't look at somebody and make assumptions. There are many things we have done to protect people, and we will continue to do it. My concern sometimes is paper and policies don't always stop violence, which is frustrating. And I only heard one person mention human trafficking, which is a major concern and something our residents can help us if they see or know of anything. We need to make certain that we stop this. There are lives being destroyed. And it's disgusting to me, those who produce the demand. And that comes very clearly around these large events. And my concern is to support and keep safe everyone. And sometimes I have to not say things to do so. Thank you.
All right, if we can kind of keep it on the motion before us as far as agendizing this for a future meeting. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so to be very clear, I think that the original motion, I mean, this is why I think saying the motion in advance isn't a great thing, because many things will change based on public input. That's exactly what public input is for. Public input is there to give us guidance as not leaders, but as their representatives on what the people want. And that's why I think having us speak in advance of the people, of hearing what the people have to say, it's very, it's not as good as I'd like it to be. I mean, I think that the people speak first, and when we speak, they need to make sure that we've heard them, right? And I think that I understand this council and executive staff would like to follow protocol and process and say, well, speak only about the items. Now, I will talk not about, no substantive discussions about how I'm going to vote, but I think that we need to, A, respect the people who've come here to speak. I think that we need to make sure that they understand that we've heard what they've said, right? And I think that to not say that, I mean, I think that's very important in this motion. I think that's very important in what we do here tonight.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may clarify a couple of things that I said for context. Mr. Park, appreciate that statement. I was repeating what you said originally, not to say you couldn't have it be different, but I just was trying to clarify what the motion was. And so I don't disagree with you. I also agreed with you when you indicated that the public could speak about what they wanted to speak about before you even said it. And so this isn't you and me battling over what's right or people's ability to speak at all. I just am really looking for clarity on what the motion is. And so that was my intent. I'm not trying to restrict you or the public or anybody else.
Understood. And I'm not here to say that, but I am here to say that the next time something like this happens, when I request that the public speak first, this is one of the reasons. Like, I'm not doing this to admonish. I'm doing this to kind of instruct or to teach, because I think that we will have, hopefully, many more items where the public comes to tell us where they're hurting, to tell us what they expect from the people that serve them. And I think that next time this happens, I would bring this moment up and say, well, I would like to hear the people speak first. So I heard some of the other council members as well, and I think that's the very big difference between people who think they've done everything and people like, well, I'm going to bring a movie reference like Oskar Schindler, who didn't think about all the things he had done, but he thought about all the people he couldn't save. And I think that if we're not looking at what else we can do, if we're satisfied at any time with the work that we've already done, nothing will get better. I mean, I'm an immigrant, and I remember when you were very young, you could always tell if you had the cool car or the cool house or the amazing family because everyone was envious. This is how you knew that you had something that everybody else wanted. And that's what the United States used to be. The United States, having a vibrant immigrant community, used to tell you how great this country was because everybody wanted to come here. That's what the immigrant community, that's what the vibrancy of people coming to this country meant. It meant people wanted to be here.
Park, if we could just keep it on.
Understood. So I will move it to recognizing what some of the people in the audience have said. Again, this is not talking about how I'm going to vote or what we're going to do, but we do have language. We have draft language given to us by many of the people here. I will provide that. We've got policies and other things that we can provide given to us largely by the public, but I don't expect to see those simply mirrored. I brought this up because I saw what everybody else was doing, and my question was simply, why aren't we doing stuff like this when everyone else is around? And that was the impetus of this, because all this time when I've been trying to think of what we could do, I've been told, well, we really shouldn't do this. And then the question came, how is it possible everybody else is doing this? So I want to say, like Melinda, when you came to speak, I think that what you said to me was, if we are able to speak,
Mr.
we
Vice
must
Chair,
do so.
I need to interject. I'm sorry. These are comments under, this is public presentations and a decision under a 030 whether to agendize an item. I apologize, Member Park, but this is the kind of discussion that you can have when the item is agendized, and extensive discussions and encouraging potentially interactions with your council members. I can't stand by and say that I'm comfortable with that under the Brown Act.
Understood. So
I get
will
all
not-
the
I will
concepts
not
and principles.
I will not have discussion. Let me just repeat what I've heard. Which is, Danny, if ICE is not legally able to go to other places, they will come here. I think we need to think about that. Lucilla, turning a blind eye, ignoring what is happening to others, hoping that it won't happen to you, that is not a good policy. Ishula, policy against police cooperating with ICE,
Councilmember
that should be a baseline.
We're talking
Omar,
about agendizing this for the
that's
February
correct.
3rd meeting.
And I want to say
and
that
we can bring
in
up
order,
all those comments at that time.
And in order for
We're
me
going to move on from
to
you if you don't
explain
talk
why
about
I'm
that.
going to support
we
this
understand
motion,
why you're bringing it up.
I want everyone to
I understand it more than you do.
that I've heard you. Thank you. And every word from Batman's mouth.
So we're moving on to Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, for the meeting on the 3rd, if it passes, there's some things that I want to understand from staff. Typically, there is state law about masked people. I'd like to get a report from staff to council on how that works, a report to council on what San Jose and the county have done. There's things like the safe sites. I want to understand what the current policy for the city is for sharing license plate reader data and flock data without judicial warrants. So if you could come back to us with that information, that would be very useful.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yeah, that was my request to the maker of the motion, that we should include that staff can please study all these resolutions and bring forward their report, and including what other cities have done, basically. That's the reason I read. As a seconder, I would request the maker of motions to include that in the motion.
All right, Councilwoman
Thank you.
Cox?
I had just clarification. I don't want to waste the public's time here. So if we put on the agenda a discussion of it, and I understand that creating policy in a day is challenging, but I also want to make sure that that's left as an option and not just a discussion that would happen. So I think that the community has showed up with great plans, and they're the people on the ground. So I want to make sure that we're agendizing not a discussion, but potential action.
All right. City Manager?
Sure. I think however we land tonight, helps if I turn my mic on. I think however we land tonight with the motion, it should be very clear and specific, because we need to give very clear direction to staff and our legal counsel about the work and work product you want before you on next Tuesday, the 3rd. It's worth noting that if we are to publish an agenda in enough time for the public to have notice, we're publishing on Friday, which means we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to accomplish whatever research, analysis, and even draft policies that you want before you. Quite a significant task. I would also say if we are meeting on the 3rd, a number of the items that we're discussing may require, and you may want, law enforcement, your police department's opinion on that. On the 3rd, they will be in the middle of Super Bowl week and activations. And so we will go back. We do not have police leadership here tonight, but I know that they are watching the meeting, but we will go back and talk with them. But I think in order for you to have a comprehensive policy discussion, you will need police department leadership to support that. And so we need to make sure that they can be there to support your policy deliberation. And so if you would like to agendize a discussion, certainly that's one thing. If you would like action brought back so that you can act on the 3rd, we really need very, very clear direction here tonight. I have heard a number of comments from the public, and we have been taking note. However, I can tell you I and staff do not have a number of the policy proposals and documents that have been waived and shown here tonight. And I would want to be careful about setting the expectation that in 72 hours, your staff will research all of those and be able to provide you with completed staff work so you can take an action on Tuesday. And so if it's bringing back policies that other cities have adopted, if it is specific questions that we can endeavor to answer, I think we should have that dialogue so that the motion tonight is very clear, and then we will confer and if we can tonight, give you further information on our ability to bring that back to you. But know that it literally needs to be done within the next 72 hours so that we could publish an agenda on Friday.
So, City Manager, I think that I think my sense is that the council would want to have some actionable item on next week. There are policies in nearby jurisdictions that have been embedded in some fashion, and I'm not sure, if their lawyers are as good as ours, but maybe we can take a look at some of those policies to see if we can kind of follow some of those templates that have been utilized by, whether it be San Jose, whether it be the county, some of the local jurisdictions that we have here just right around the corner. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second for the 030.
Light is on.
Yes, we do. I'd just like to read back into the record and to the maker of the motion, and with council's advice as well. The motion on the floor is agendized as 030 request to be heard at the February 3rd special council meeting for discussion and action of safety protocols and the inclusion of Santa Clara community members, and looking at specific policies, county and city of San Jose.
I think that's,
Again, do I need to be explicit in the motion that action can be taken, not a discussion? I don't know. Yeah. If you felt that was clear, yes, okay.
that's good.
My light is on.
We're taking a vote.
My light is on.
Motion carries 6-0, so we'll see that on next week's agenda. Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. With that, we're going to move on to our general business. So moving on to item 3, which is action on the Santa Clara Stadium Authority Financial Status Report for quarter ending September 30th, 2025, deferred from December 16th meeting in 2025. I was going to bring up our city manager, but I believe, Councilmember Jane, you're the one that pulled it at that meeting, correct?
There's a report, and I wanted to refer to some tables from that report. So the first table I would like to look at is Table 2. You don't have the report?
So, Council Board Member Jane Kenley, Treasurer for the Stadium Authority. I do have a presentation that has a lot of the information in the report. If that's the preference of the board, I'm happy to go through it. It sounds like we don't have the report, at least in its form, available to show up here, but you could also reference the.
It was in the council packet.
Yes,
so
correct.
we could just pull up the council packet, but. Yeah, I'd say my first question, and you can go through your presentation, is from the report. It says there was $2.4 million of NFL event public safety costs in the current reporting period, which is an average of $612,000 per game. This is an increase from the prior year average through September 30th, 2024 of $111,000. So I guess my question is, how is it that public safety costs have increased by that much, which is basically 16% per game? And then we can go on to the rest of the report. It's item 3. Yeah, it was the full stadium report, Stadium Authority report for the quarter.
All right. Any other questions, Councilmember Jane?
No, I'll listen to the presentation and then I'll have more questions.
Okay, so if the Tom's team can pull up the presentation, we go through it. All right, great. Good evening, Stadium Authority Board. Just wanted to go through a short presentation. I know this item was on for discussion in December, but just wanted to kind of remind the public and the board some of the contents of the report, and then happy to also answer the question from Board Member Jane. So just by way of agenda, what I'll talk about here is our financial highlights, including summary of NFL, non-NFL events. And then I'll talk about the contents of the report, the operating budget, debt status, and then capital program updates. Just some financial highlights from the report, and a reminder, this is the second quarter report through September. And so revenues totaled $5.4 million from NFL ticket surcharge. This was partially through the NFL season, $4.4 million in non-NFL event ticket surcharge, and $3.4 million from SBL proceeds. Debt service payments totaled $14.2 million, resulting in a decrease to our principal outstanding debt. And I have the table that I show typically in this report, and then CapEx expenses of about $7.2 million. As far as the events at the stadium, a total of 4 NFL games through the second quarter occurred, 2 preseason games, 2 regular season games. There were 8 large ticketed non-NFL events and 20 non-ticketed special events or private parties held through the second quarter. With regards to public safety costs, that amount totaled $2.4 million here, with the breakdown by game, as well as a breakdown by direct city staff, outside agency, miscellaneous costs, and those that were covered by the off-site parking fee. And I'll pause on this slide just to answer the question from Board Member Jane. Why is there an increase through the second quarter of this fiscal year versus the prior year? There are several factors. One is just the general increase in the cost of providing public safety services, or benefits or salaries based on approved MOUs has increased. And then working with our public safety departments, they perform a threat assessment based on the specific events. So in this case, the type of games, the type of outside events or non-ticketed events, and non-NFL events. And so when you look at the increase, there was also, my staff looked at it, there was also a methodology change. Typically at the end of the year, we have amortized and spread across all the events, the general public safety costs that aren't allocable to an event. And in this quarterly report, what we're doing is we're spreading that ahead of time. So there was a change in terms of methodology. And so those 3 factors: increased salary and benefits, public safety threats, and then this methodology change represented in the report was a result of the increase. With regards to the bottom line for non-NFL events or net revenue, $6.1 million, that is higher than what we've had in our budget. And so the budget amendments in this presentation, some of the surcharge revenues that were received from those events we're recommending as budget amendments to be approved as part of this document. When you look at more detail to that $6.1 million, $20.4 million in gross revenues, $14.2 million in gross expenses, leads to that 6.1 net revenue for non-NFL events. The ticket surcharge, so we do collect a base ticket surcharge of $4, $1.8 million received there, and then an additional ticket surcharge higher than the $4, so that's dictated by our stadium manager. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 6, depending on the event. And then those ticket surcharge revenues are distributed. The base ticket surcharge, the $4, half of that goes to the discretionary fund, half of that stays with the operations. And then that additional ticket surcharge goes to a public safety cost reserve, and I'll talk about why in a second. As far as operating budget, $31.7 million in operating revenue. Because of timing of expenses and revenues, on the expense side, 27% of the annual budget. We still forecast at least close to the budgeted levels by year end. Approximately $900,000 to the discretionary fund reserve and 2.6 to that public safety cost reserves. I mentioned earlier the budget adjustments, recognizing that ticket surcharge is included in the document. Shifting gears, stadium builder license, SBL, so the majority of those have been sold, and on occasion there are defaults or relocations that our stadium manager actively markets, and so through the second quarter, SBL proceeds totaled $3.4 million of roughly 420 new SBLs out of the 67,000 plus were sold through the second quarter. Some charts here on the two of the different funds that receive revenues from those ticket surcharges. Our discretionary fund, that totals $1.6 million. Historically, we've used that to pay for public safety cost over the threshold. And then the new reserve in this fiscal year, $2.6 million for that public safety cost reserve. As far as, I know this was a question in prior quarterly reports, as far as the outstanding balance to public safety costs. If you may recall, or members of the public may recall, there was a settlement and revision to the lease agreement in 2024. Through the different fiscal years and forecasted for this fiscal year, expected balance to remain about $2 million by the end of this fiscal year. That actual amount may change based on performance through quarter four. And then just with regards the continuation around some of those costs for public safety, our threshold currently is set at $374,000 a game with a 4% increase. That aligns with that settlement agreement I referenced earlier. And it is expected that reserve, the public safety cost reserve, would cover the cost over that threshold this year. So with regards to the debt service budget, what I'll do here is just quickly go through the table of our outstanding debt, a Term A loan at roughly $184 million remaining, and then our CFD, our Community Facilities District, that's funded through our hotel fees to pay for public infrastructure, $25.9 million. So $210.7 or 0.8 their total, which is a significant reduction over the life of the stadium as shown in this chart here. On the capital budget side, a total budget of almost $22 million, roughly 1/3 of it was spent through the second quarter. A list of those projects there work around the naming rights sign, the lighting, the broadcast windows, the booths, all gearing up for the large events that we'll be seeing shortly. And then sometimes I'm asked, what is our net impact to the general fund? Now, these aren't indirect dollars. These are just dollars that we as a city receive both through the contract and through sales tax, and reported by our sales tax consultant, a total here of $1.5 million through the second quarter. So with that, just a summary here of our budget amendments included in the document here. I mentioned the ticket surcharge revenue adjustments, and then we do a true-up of our G&A costs year after, so that is also included in the document before you. And so with that, a note and file of our financial status report and approval of the budget amendments as described. And I'll take any further questions that the board might have.
Councilwoman Cox?
I just wanted clarification about the SBLs. And I don't have the full packet, just what you put out today. But I know that you just reported that we have $3.4 million in SBL proceeds, but if I'm remembering right, we had lost quite a bit of SBL proceeds this quarter. Is that correct?
So with regards through Q2, we did receive a net $3.4 million. I'm not sure what you're referring to in terms of lost revenues. I know that in a prior audit, we talked about defaulted
Defaults, that's
SBLs.
right,
And so
yeah.
that is the process where if owners of the SBLs default and they're not able to pay, we did already receive those revenues from those defaulted. And then what the stadium manager does is they remarket those SBLs, and then the stadium authority collects additional revenues from that. So that's the 3.4, which if you owned an SBL and you no longer want that or you default, then that's resold.
Is there a face value loss associated with that, though?
No, usually when they're remarketed, it's a gain to the stadium authority because we would have received the revenues from the original sale and then from the second subsequent sale.
And then I think just at top level, I understand that we're talking about this quarter's public safety costs, but I believe that we still have 5.3 million from the 2018 to 2024 one. So I want to know how we're progressing in paying that debt off. And with a lower non-NFL revenue this year because we prepared for the main events or the big events, I want to know if there's any scenario where we would not be able to get out of that debt by the 27-28 goal.
Yeah, so great question. So on slide 11, I did show a table of that $5.3 million balance at the start of this fiscal year. We're projected to use the ticket surcharge money from the public safety cost reserve to pay that down, roughly down to about $2 million this year. So that's what's remaining. Based on how much revenues are generated from the operations, the excess revenue that kind of flows through the funds likely to be paid off by 26, 27. Here's that table again. Yep.
Councilman Jane?
You could go to table 4 of the presentation. I don't know if it's from the presentation or if it's from. I have it, but I'm actually talking about the financial report. I don't know if we were able to bring that up. Okay, table 4, which is an eye chart again, but it talks about the base ticket surcharge, which is $1.7 million for, this is up to the end of Q2, right?
Correct.
And then it says the non-NFL additional ticket surcharge, which is $2.6 million, which is substantially larger than the base ticket surcharge. So the base ticket surcharge was in the original agreements with the 49ers, right? And then when we had settlements, through the settlement process, we added an additional ticket surcharge. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so that total through Q2 is 2.6 for the additional amount.
Which is larger than the base. And so half of the base ticket surcharge goes into the discretionary fund, but then all of the additional ticket surcharge goes into the new police public safety fund. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have a public safety cost reserve that those additional dollars go into.
Correct. And so the public safety costs are like $660,000 per game, approximately. And I didn't quite understand your point of we've changed our methodology and now this covers some general public safety expenses. I didn't quite understand that. But to my point is that since we have the threshold is now $374,000 per game. That's what the 49ers pay for public safety costs per game, but our actual costs are $660,000. So that difference is now being covered pretty much entirely by this additional ticket surcharge on non-NFL events, right, per the new settlement that we did.
That is the intent of that additional ticket surcharge. That would be the primary source to cover that difference in cost per game. We also have other options within kind of that revised agreement, the discretionary fund or the excess revenues to pay off that. But the goal here is really to have that additional ticket surcharge to cover that on an annual basis.
Right, so our public safety costs are now covered. So if you can go to table 5, please. So from non-NFL events, just from the non-NFL events, the ticketed events, we have revenues per event, and these are anonymized for good reasons, and then we have expenses, but the net is actually $5.6 million. From non-NFL ticketed events, is that correct?
That's correct.
So they're quite profitable. So if you can go to table 7 now. 7, please. Okay, so what this shows here is, if you can go down, so this shows all of the non-NFL revenues. So that includes food and beverage, parking, the ticket surcharges and such, and then you have expenses. And so the total revenue is 20 million. That's just for half of a year. And then the expenses are 14 million. So, but then you have other profits like the ticket surcharges. So our total non-NFL revenue is $10.4 million, right?
Yeah, when you include the ticket surcharges, and this also includes the revenue from non-ticketed, non-NFL events as well. And so that
And so
is the bottom line.
2.6 million of that's going to go to the public safety, but the balance, because you showed that chart showing that we only had 1.5 million of net general fund impact. But at the end of the year, we true this up, and then that turns into performance rent, right?
Yeah, so there would be by Q4 performance rent, and then any additional excess revenue as it goes through kind of the waterfall that I've talked about earlier, potentially go into the general fund as well.
So basically, with the way I look at 7.5 million could go to the general fund at Q4.
Yeah,
It would be-
I don't have the number in
yeah,
front of me, but a portion
roughly,
of the
yeah.
non-NFL revenue as well as excess revenue.
And that's in addition to the 1.5 million that we get just from the youth fees and sales tax and all of that, right?
That's correct.
So we're looking at maybe like 9 million maybe this year, at least.
We're hopeful, but I will refrain on a specific number until we get to Q4.
I get it. That's all I had. Thank you. Oh, and then, oh, sorry, table 14. That's the debt graph. Okay. That one is good too, but anyway, I can't show that. Okay, so we have gone from, in 2014, we had $650 million of debt, and now we're down to 210 million of debt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we're paying off quite a bit of it. All right, thank you. Motion to note and file.
Second.
So a motion and a second. Is there any other comments? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to thank Councilmember Jane for bringing this up. Like, we have many discussions about profitability of the stadium. We have many discussions about, the settlement agreement. We have many of these questions. And I think every single time we get a financial report, and Director Lee will validate, we've got Jane, Councilmember Jane, showing us, in detail, pointing out in the data that the Finance Department compiles, how well we're doing, or, how well we're on our way to erasing the debt that we've incurred. My biggest concern about bringing the stadium here, because I'll be honest, I did not support the stadium coming here, was about the debt. I did not think that a city like Santa Clara, would be able to support a stadium. Little did I know what the budget of Santa Clara was, but now I know very well what the budget is. But again, I would like to thank Councilmember Jane for pointing these out and showing us step by step, leading us through not just the presentation that the staff has put together, but also through the report on the key points that get us out of debt, that pay off the public safety costs, and bring us to profitability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would echo that, some of the revenue and the profit we are making is because of the settlement agreement with it. And I am very thankful to Councilmember Jane for bringing this forward. We were talking, we didn't get any performance grant for so many years. We didn't get this, we didn't get this. But these are the real figures. As Councilmember Jane is mentioning, as of today, we are expecting that $7 million additional in addition to the $1.5 million you said already into our general fund will go into it, and by Q4 that figure will go even higher. And the debt on the stadium, which was $683 million at the start, is only $210 million. The stadium is generating revenue, and stadium is paying off the debt, and stadium is with the settlement, especially after the settlement agreement, when we were able to take care of the waterfall for especially some of those issues that we don't need to fulfill those buckets which we need at the end of 30, 40 years. And that settlement agreement has provided us the way to get the money to the general fund on regular basis. So thank you, Councilmember Jain, for pointing that out, and thank you for Director of Finance for bringing this forward on a quarterly basis. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. A lot of great work, and definitely it's good to see that we're making money from the stadium. Is there anybody from the public that? Okay.
There are no hands online, and I have no cards for this item.
Okay. All right, so we do have a motion and a second.
Register your vote.
The motion carries 6-0. And we're moving on to item 4. And Silicon Valley Power biannual update.
Sure.
City Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Gonzalez, members of the City Council. The item before you is an update from Silicon Valley Power. It will cover major initiatives from Silicon Valley Power and accomplishments over the last 6 to 12 months. The item will also cover upcoming major initiatives that SVP is working on, projected timelines on when items will come before the City Council. And I will turn the presentation over to SVP Director Nico Prokos. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council members. I've got a relatively small presentation for you this evening. I will go through this. On the agenda, we're going to be covering load growth and strategic priorities, system expansion projects, technology projects, our resource and our procurement efforts. And then we want to tee up some of the major issues that we're going to be dealing with over the next 12 months, and some of which will be coming before you for approvals. I think you've seen this chart before. It's certainly one of my favorite, and it gets a lot of interest when we show it. You can see that as a utility, we've experienced significant growth since 2000. And really, moving left to right there, you see starting at around 2020, we see quite a significant jump happening there. A lot of our fellow utilities are not experiencing any load growth. We are the opposite of that. In fact, I think we're the poster child in California, probably, of load growth really taking off. Now, in terms of the key priorities related to load growth, we really have two multi-phased activities. Internal to our system, so we call that SVP, and external to our system, and that's the ISO. We analyze new load for upcoming projects and load ramps, so we go through an iterative process where we're constantly evaluating what's coming down the pipeline, not only for our existing customers, but also we have new customers, people who are contacting us and have an interest in developing projects in Santa Clara. Under additional power and transmission capacity, we work very closely with the California Independent System Operator to develop and construct projects for transmission capacity. And so we work with them to bring these projects to Santa Clara to help us meet that increased load that we're experiencing that you saw in the previous chart. For our in-city projects, we work with consultants. We have several receiving stations that we're working on rebuilding, the new transmission projects. So we have the 115 kV project, upgrading existing transmission and the battery storage. And I'm going to be giving a little bit more detail on that, but you can see just to the right, there's NRS. If you've driven by that lately, you'll see there's a lot of activity happening there, a lot of trucks, a lot of new infrastructure going into place, and that's part of our system expansion project, which is proceeding on target so far. This is what I was mentioning earlier about powering the South Bay. Starting at the top there, we have in total we have three projects, but starting at the top, we have the Newark to NRS line. In the middle there is a new proposed project, that's that purple dotted line. And then to the south there, we have the LS 230 Metcalf to San Jose B project, which has been in progress. And then you see a little, looks like a battery there. That's our 40 megawatt battery project, which is under construction right now. And just to the right of that is the 115 kV project. We're still in the easement phase, but shortly we'll be bringing back contracts for approvals to move forward with that project. In terms of our system expansion projects, starting on the left there, our northern receiving station, and this is what I was talking about earlier. That's a picture right there of all the activity with the backhoe. The contractor is Henkels and McCoy. The notice to proceed was issued on July 29th, 2025. Construction is underway and completion in June 2028. For KRS and SRS, the contractor is DMZ Builders, and these were all contracts which came before the City Council previously. Notice to proceed was in August. Construction is underway, and the estimated completion is March 2029 for SRS and June 2029 for KRS. In terms of other capital improvement projects, we certainly have our system expansion projects underway. This is a list of other projects that we're working on to connect and energize some of our customers who have been in the pipeline for a little while and are waiting for us to upgrade the system and to meet their needs. Stenderway Junction energized in April. Laurelwood, tentative energization in 2026. I think this was a Q4. Northwest Loop capacity upgrade is first quarter 2026. Juliet Substation in design, tentative energization in first quarter 2027. Homestead a little later there in 2029 and 2030. Great America Parkway and Tasman lighting replacements in construction, completion date end of 2025. And then our Palm and Agnew substation rebuild and expansions are third quarter of 2028 and 2029. So as you can see, SVP staff and engineers and other folks have been hard at work moving forward with these really important projects to be able to connect our customers and energize those important loads. In terms of maintenance, what we've been focused on, starting with our generation, master service agreements. So this is for our gas turbine, steam turbine, generator, and rotating equipment work that we need to do on an ongoing basis. We implemented a predictive maintenance program. So we're trying to be more proactive in terms of what do we need to do to take care of any issues that are coming down the pipeline. We keep in contact with our industry peers. So in terms of the engines, there's lots of these engines around. Are others experiencing failures? And so we want to stay ahead of those. Strategic capital projects to upgrade and replace major facility equipment. So we've got our SCRs and carbon monoxide catalysts and our cooling tower overhaul. Moving to our substations, again, same thing, we implemented predictive maintenance programs. So we're trying to stay ahead of everything. Where is the most risk going to be that we need to deal with, and where do we need to spend the money to get ahead of those issues? Thermography, these are some very fancy words, thermography, partial discharge testing, transformer oil testing by third party quarterly in all substations. So we're trying to stay on top of what's happening with the substations and doing that predictive maintenance. We have developed an asset management program. This is underway in phases through 2026, so we've launched that. And again, that ties into everything that we're trying to do on the predictive maintenance program. I mean, we do have some substations that are older in nature. We are moving forward with a lot of, as you saw on the previous slides, the refurbishment of some of those substations like the Palm and Agnew substation. And then also our major system expansion projects are designed not only to expand capacity, but they're also designed to replace aging infrastructure. So many of those substations, those larger receiving stations, have infrastructure in there that hasn't been replaced in a long time, and so we're working to handle those as well. On our transmission and distribution, we really got proactive, excuse me, with our tree trimming contract. This is one of the basic things that electric utilities do, and if you're not on top of it, you really run into issues and storms and things like that. And I know that a few years ago, we had a big issue there. So we're trying to be more proactive there. And then we have 2 new contractor contracts for T&D maintenance and construction. And this is really on-call emergency services, but we also have a crew that's active out there pretty much every day right now, supplementing our existing workforce and replacing poles, doing maintenance and other things of that nature. And again, I implemented a detailed utility pole assessment. And that's an ongoing iterative process. We're not unique in the utility world. Many utilities have issues with poles and have to catch up. It's not the sexiest thing in the electric utility world, but you got to do it. We're really focusing on technology. Our outage management system, that launched in November 2025. So if you've looked on there recently during an outage, you'll actually see an outline of where the outage is. And there's other features there that we're rolling out at some future date, but so far it seems to be working really well. Our resource modeling and risk management software. So we use a software to model where do we want to be, what resources do we need to procure, what are the variety of resources to meet future load, to meet resource adequacy requirements, everything we need to do to operate from a resource perspective as an electric utility. We have a very sophisticated model that we used for that. We did complete an RFP, and we're working on vendor evaluation in progress and software implementation targeted for mid-2026. So this would be the successor to what we're currently using. Our customer contractor rebate system, Brillion hosted database software to process rebates for customer programs. So the idea here is we want to make sure that customers are getting their rebates in a timely manner. And this, again, is not something unique to us. Lots of utilities use different software programs that they're able to roll out for their customers. So, make it one-stop shopping and easy for customers to submit those rebates and to get those as quick as possible. We launched residential in spring of 2025 and commercial contractor in fall of 2025. Under safety training, we've really focused a lot on that in the recent months and years. We use a unified computer-based training platform for all SVP staff that was deployed in January 2025. 2 new contracts for hands-on safety training for our T&D substation and generation folks. So we actually have a retired lineman who comes in once a month and does training, but also talks to our staff about other issues that utilities are facing, other near misses, other things of that nature. I mean, as you know, as an electric utility, safety is our top priority, and it really needs to be. And we're bringing in additional tools to be able to get us to where we want to be, and we're making substantial progress in that area. Our citywide work management software tool, so we did launch Arcos. It's an automated call-out and scheduling and crew management program. We executed that contract in 2024. We rolled it out to water, sewer, customer service, and engineering in last year, and we are in the process of rolling it out. It's going to be able to efficiently contact crews and mobilize crews in the event of emergencies, and also really help us in our day-to-day operations as well. In terms of our drawing management system and our GIS, again, this is really our focus on technology. We want to be able to, and you can see some depictions there on the right, we want to be able to use the best system possible, put our plans, put our as-built, single line diagrams, everything into GIS. I mean, I think the goal ultimately is, you know, our folks out in the field and elsewhere will be able to access these with a tablet, and this will sync nicely with our asset management program, where we'll be able to pull up data. You know, again, I mentioned a pole. Okay, when was the pole changed? When was there issues with it? And this will apply to really all of our infrastructure. Physical security improvements. This is something that we've really focused a lot on in the last 6 months. We did have an assessment in 2024, and this was brought to council in July of 2025. And really, we've been focusing on enhanced safety and security across all of our facilities. It's not only because we have some big events coming up, it's also because this is really prudent utility practice. And we want to be able to coordinate, and we've been doing a great job working with law enforcement to be able to ensure that if we have an issue or something happening at our substation, that we can get a response in a very timely manner. And you can see the 3 phases there. Phase 1, we are focusing on 7 critical generation and substation sites. And this is, it's actually, it says completed here, but we're actually still got a few loose ends to take care of, but we're going to be ready here shortly. And this involves not only fencing and walls, this also involves sophisticated cameras that we've actually installed. We've selected a vendor many months ago, and we've actually are in the process of deploying those cameras. And PD will have visibility on those as well. Phase 2, we want to roll these, it's not only our 7 sites, we want to roll these out to all 27 of our critical assets, the other substations. And that's going to be, once we're done with the 7 sites in the next week, then we will move to the other sites and keep going with that work. I kind of touched on this a little bit. I mean, our new security system is really gives us depth of coverage across critical areas, video intercoms at gates and entrances, our operations, and generation control center, and you know, PD will be able to see everything. We do get notified now when there's movement in the substation, actually, or some other critical facility. I had a chance to sit with our person. We have a dedicated person on this, and they showed some examples of some of the movement. And let's just say there's a lot of animal activity at a lot of our substations. We saw raccoons and cats and other things. Clearly, you can make them out. So it's a very good system and very sophisticated. And again, we're updating our access controllers. So we want to have secure remote door access, again, real-time monitoring of assets, and I mentioned about our partnership with PD. And I want to add that as we're what's called a medium entity in the bulk electric system in terms of our NERC compliance. If we go to 1,300 or 1,400 megawatts, we're going to actually be at a higher level. And once you get to that higher level, your level of the expectations in terms of security, not only physical, but also cyber, really jump up a lot. And so we're preparing for that in advance. switching a little bit to our resource stack. It's a little bit of a busy chart. I will say that those green boxes up top there are things that are contracts that have been approved and are in the process of getting construction in various stages. So you can see Castaneda Solar, all of these came to council for approval. Cimarron Wind, that'll come online in Q2 2026. Grace Solar, that'll be 2027, and then Trolley, that's a battery project, that's 280 megawatts, and that'll be 2029. That was one that was in partnership with the Northern California Power Agency, our joint power agency. You can see that, I guess, brownish line near the top there, that's our forecasted load. And then really this just tells the story that we've got solar in the portfolio, we've got wind, we've got geothermal. That I will draw your attention to that kind of hashed area, which is the total in the pipeline. So at any given moment, we have a group that's working on anywhere from 5 to 10 contracts. And this is a challenging time for us. Councilmember Chahal and I were up at Sacramento yesterday, and we were sharing how it's very difficult with our, sharing with our elected officials, how it's very difficult to bring contracts online. I mean, there's a lot of competition, and then you layer on tariff issues and supply chain issues. But I will say we have a group that's constantly working on these, constantly monitoring the situation, and bringing these projects to fruition. And you can see there's 4 of those at the top. So we're in pretty good shape. I will say that green line, hash line, the total in pipeline, that's 100% success. Now, we are assuming that some of those aren't going to work out, and that's why you see that our resources are above where our needs are, but we're assuming that some of those will not pan out, and so actually we might be a little closer to where that brownish line is. But I think the takeaway here is that from a resource procurement, we're in pretty good shape so far. I mean, obviously, we've got some challenges with the load projections for the future, but so far, so good. In terms of customer engagement, we did kick off in fall of 2025 an equity-focused electrification mitigation plan. Community solar feasibility studies in progress. Program changes, we enhanced our EV commercial and multifamily offerings. New rebates for residential HVAC replacements, residential EV charger rebates, new HVAC tune-up rebates, and solar tune-up rebates. So we've got a lot of programs that we're trying to roll out to our customers. We have cap and trade funds. We have low carbon fuel standard funds that we're able to really put to work to be able to support all the electrification goals here in the community. We assisted the city with upgrading 40 buildings, and then we've had community workshop and events on solar, induction cooktops, lighting, and of course we always are happy and enjoy sponsoring Art and Wine, auto show, a bike to anywhere, and so on. Rate increase outreach, we began that in October 2025, and new programs launching this year. We have residential new construction, multifamily, and ADU building electrification incentive program, all managed by a third party, so we're hoping to see those roll out shortly. I touched on some of this already, but I just wanted to highlight this. Some of our challenges, our policy uncertainty. Again, Councilmember Chahal and we were up in Sacramento. I'm going to be there tomorrow again, testifying before the Assembly Energy and Utilities Committee, and we're hearing a lot about data center legislation, and we're trying to stay ahead of that. Tariffs, again, this is something that it was one of our handouts that we handed out. We can't really predict the future, but it's something that we're in constant communication with our vendors. We have one of our biggest orders is about $120 million with transformers and other infrastructure in South Korea. And as you can imagine, their position is that we are paying for all this, any tariffs. And what that may be in a year from now when they are delivered, we don't know. But it's creating some, a little bit of stress trying to figure out what that number is and how are we going to deal with that. Project delays, this is nothing really new, except we are running into this with the tariffs and the supply chain. I covered previously about our resource stack and some of our contracts. We are hearing from the contractors that they are struggling a little bit with tariffs and supply chain, and sometimes that translates into conversations about they need a price increase. And so we are working through those issues, but it certainly is a challenge. And I talked about supply chain, and then staffing is just an ongoing issue. I mean, we have about a 22% vacancy rate. I mean, we work very closely with our friends in HR, but it's a very competitive environment right now, and it's making things a little difficult. So last two slides, I just want to cover the major issues coming in the next 12 months. So, and I know there's a lot here, so maybe I'll just breeze kind of through this, but we're completing our 60 kV system impact studies. Our 15-year load forecast was accepted by the Energy Commission. Transmission planning process is something we do every year, and we've been actively involved in for the past 5+ years. We participate with the ISO, the Independent System Operator, and Large Load Working Group. There's a lot of new things related to large loads, and at the end of the day, that really means data centers. We did interconnect 10 megawatts of generation to the SVP system, and then the action to approve the budget for the SVP system expansion project at NRS and SSS for provision of a third 230 kV interconnection is coming to council in February. So I showed earlier about there's 3 transmission lines outside of our service territory, which are all very beneficial to us and are really going to help us get to that goal of 1,300. But we always, as part of that process, we assess what are the impacts to our system. And almost always there's projects within our service territory that come out of that, and that's what that is. And then PG&E on schedule for the interconnection of the series compensation device. Essentially, that's a reliability project, something that we've been advocating for many years with PG&E. They've been behind, and so that seems to be moving forward. In Q2, we are looking at re-rating several of our lines, transmission lines, in preparation for summer 2026 loading. So I will say that this past summer, we had a few challenges. And we were fortunate. It was a relatively mild summer. If we get into a really hot summer, it will be some challenging times for us. I think our operators and everybody else does a great job trying to solve those problems. But the more tools we have in the toolkit will help us to be able to be nimble and to address those. We're going to be launching a multifamily ADU program. We are in conversation with various entities about the substation agreements, negotiations for the next approved transmission planning process customers. And we're going to release capacity evaluation and new queuing process for interconnection of 60 kV customers. So these are our large customers. And then we're working closely with our purchasing and contracting folks to launch a new engineering services agreements. And then in Q3, we're going to be bringing back a cost of service study. This is something that we haven't done in some time, but it's on schedule for Q3. And then we'll be awarding a variety of construction contracts. For this one is for the 115 kV transmission line from NRS to KRS. I mentioned earlier that we were in kind of the site assessment and also the gaining access to be able to move forward with the construction project. And then I probably should have made this in, sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but let me go to the TPP system expansion plan report. So we're actively participating with the ISO on that. But we have a big milestone coming up. It's our 130th birthday celebration in July. So that's going to be a fun event for us and for everybody else. And then last but not least, under ongoing, and I mentioned a little bit earlier, this item that's council, we have procurement efforts for the NRS 3rd ISO line. So this is procurement that we are doing within our service territory to be able to accommodate the additional flows that are coming from that line. Again, really, we never really stop focusing on substation agreements, whether it's our existing customers, and responding to some of their needs based on what they have in their substation agreement and making needed modification, or whether it's new customers coming down the pipeline. Again, I mentioned earlier about the new modeling software to succeed the one that we've already been using for a while. PPAs, we never stop with those. We're very proud to partner, on the Sustainable Futures program, so we'll be continuing with that. And then, again, I think we kind of mentioned this a few times, but we'll mention it one last time. The ISO transmission planning process is something that we actively participate on. And with that, that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Jane?
Thank you, Nico, for that presentation. I really like the fact that you're doing the polls evaluation, because in my neighborhood, which is the oldest part of Santa Clara, we have really old poles. And, because of climate change, windstorms are getting stronger and stronger. And I have to trim my big trees more often to prevent branches falling and such. Do you have, with this new software, do you have a sense of how, we had this problem where probably 4 years ago, there was a big windstorm and 5 poles snapped on Homestead Road, and, it was out, I think people were out for 2 or 3 days. So do you have a plan for how you're going to handle bigger storms and older poles? And then, of course, I look at what Palo Alto is doing about their decarbonization efforts and how they're changing out all their distribution transformers. Are we looking at anything like that? And then I'm concerned about aesthetics, because as we do all these system expansions, I just don't want our whole city to be crisscrossed with overhead power lines, and it'll feel like we're living inside a substation. So I'm wondering how we can sort of proactively start undergrounding some of these distribution lines. And similar with substations. Substations should not be visible. They should be hidden behind buildings, or they should be surrounded by tall walls with maybe shrubbery or something, so that they're not as. I've been spending a lot of time with power, but I still think substations are ugly. Some people may not think that, but I do. And then the last, top of everyone's mind right now is electricity affordability. And I know we're well below PG&E rates, and people love SVP for that, but, electricity prices are going up, and I know it's mostly due to wildfire costs and tariffs and such, but, can you just talk to the public about the efforts that NCPA is doing in terms of trying to reduce increases in electricity costs due to wildfires, permitting costs, the time that it takes to build something? So just things that maybe NCPA and SVP are doing to make electricity more affordable. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Shahal?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Director, for the report, and very elaborate report. Thank you for that. I'm particularly impressed with the technology upgrades. We are focusing on not one area, but multiple areas, so that we are proactive in taking care of that. And especially, as Councilmember Jane mentioned, when the last time we had bigger storm, that was a complaint from our residents about the outage management, and I think we took care of that, and I appreciate that. A couple of questions in addition to all the praises Silicon Valley Power deserves, basically. One is that you mentioned something about multifamily ADU program. I'm not sure you want to elaborate a little bit more about that, if you can. If not, you can bring it back, what you're planning to do on that. My second request was, I did ask this thing earlier too, like, we have a great residential rebate program for HVAC and heat pump. And I wanted to look at to support our small businesses. What rebate program are we in pipeline, or what are we thinking on those lines, basically? And on that front, like, I know we are buying a lot of solar and wind energy from outside. What are our plans to encourage our residents? Like, all these solar installations, we are so good in our rates, but we are not competitive in getting the solar on the roofs of our businesses or our residents. So what can we do to increase the solar footprint within our jurisdiction, basically? Those are my requests and questions. Thank you. And I was in Sacramento yesterday, so I'll give my report at the end of our regular meeting. And I think Director touched some of those points, but I'll also give those. Thank you.
Councilmember Cox? Councilwoman Cox, sorry.
All good. So again, I appreciate the leadership and the comprehensive update. My questions, I think, will reflect a lot of what I hear being questioned in the community right now, so probably very simplistic asks. But I want to know when it was illuminating hearing earlier that CAISO really manages load. I'm wondering how much of the decisions based on who's coming in and what load they're getting are regulated by SVP. And I think specifically what I'm wanting, do we differentiate between the types of data centers that we target? For example, and this one says edge computing, co-location faculties that serve local tech ecosystems versus hyperscale. So do we have regulatory influence in that? The expansion funding sources that we talked about, I want to know if there's an opportunity to, again, in illuminating to residents, really the benefit of some of these large data centers. Have we ever looked at, when we talk about like proposed development fees or bond financing, what portion of this 9% cumulative rate increase that we had directly funds data centers, if at all? When I liked your slide that talked about the solar and the wind generated opportunities. I'm wondering if we've considered incentives at all for data centers now to begin to bring in their own power sources. I believe there's a small hydrogen plant that was established in Mountain View that the data center brought in and controls. And so I know tomorrow the Japanese delegation from Yamanashi is coming through, and they're really into hydrogen energy, which I know takes electricity in the first place. But as we look at the constraints on our load, I wonder if we're considering ways to start allowing the data centers themselves to pitch how they would create their own energy sources. And then I think when we consider this from a benefit standpoint to the community, I think that there's always a cost-benefit analysis that has to happen. And we, I think, have the responsibility to educate our consumers about, the benefits of these large centers. But I think one of the ways that we could do that is by designating a fund. And I know Silicon Valley Power already has an environmental fund, I can't remember the name of it, that is earmarked for what we are doing with sustainability in the community. But as we talk about messaging going forward, I wonder if there is opportunity to really talk about, a data center might consume a lot of space and use resources, but with the general fund revenue we get, even if we earmarked a portion of that, could we say that this really establishes sustainability programs throughout all of Santa Clara? And then they have a direct community impact on the ways that we can make our city in general a more eco-friendly place. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hardy?
Very quickly, doing this job makes you very aware of infrastructure, and driving around, you are much more aware of things. And my family often teases me when I point out different things, but we do try to make them as invisible as possible, and we know that from an aesthetic point of view. It just made me think, I wondered, because we have a lot of different yards and water around the city, I didn't know if that would, if we're able to utilize both with water and power, if we're able to utilize some of that land that we have. And sometimes smaller is better if you distribute things. Also, you said third quarter, July, and it was 130 years. I was not real clear. Is that this year? Is that 2026? It's not like we don't have a million things going on. But I hope we have some way to celebrate that and make a big deal about it. So that might be something to work with our economic development group and decide what we want to light up. Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you very much for the report. Actually, with all the reports, and I do hear the comments from the council members. I think that we need to look at how stations look. I think that we need to make sure that residents don't think about their energy even more. And one of the biggest concerns that residents have is they always think about the energy because the rates are going up. I know that we make millions of profits off of data centers, and a lot of that money goes to the general fund, and we can use that general fund monies for a lot of things, as other council members have mentioned. But maybe we also need to think about rate stabilization for residents, meaning that we're still very cheap, no longer the cheapest, I think. I think we just got undercut by another, I think that's from a previous presentation. But if rates go up faster than the cost of living, increases, then that's still a net loss for a lot of people. And I think that us, resting our hats, our laurels on simply being cheaper than PG&E and much cheaper than PG&E is ignoring the fact that if we don't look at how much we're charging, if we don't look at how our rates are affecting residents, then simply being cheaper than something that's more expensive is not a good way to do it. I think that that gives us free rein, that anytime somebody else raises their rates, that gives us free rein to raise our rates too. And instead of us trying to be on the treadmill of trying to generate money on the backs of our residents, we need to think about the benefits of having our own utility, which is, can we stabilize the rates for our residents so that our residents not just have cheap rates, but they have dependable rate increases. They're not going to go up faster than the cost of living. Like I think we need to think about that. When people talk about data centers, I know data centers are a very big thing. If for any reason we find another way to do some of the stuff, if we decide that the AI that we're using, that we shouldn't be using generative AI for searches, and we shouldn't be looking at generative AI for answers, there's kind of a downside risk as well. I would like to know what kinds of infrastructure projects, how would the rates go up if we didn't add more data centers, if we didn't have to provide more power, if we didn't look at doubling our capacity in the next 10 years or so. I think that every time we double the capacity, every time we make increases and we have transmission lines, that comes with an infrastructure cost that gets passed on. It's only 6%, but the real question is not, how much are we contributing compared to the whole, but how much how much of that infrastructure benefit are people actually getting for their 6% additional pay-in? I know that other utilities have a rule that basically says that if a new customer or if a large entity creates the need, then they pay for the additional cost. But in the cases where we spread that cost out, even at 6% to the residents, I think that's a 6% that the residents shouldn't have to shoulder. And my question is, if we didn't do all of these, if we even remove data centers, like how would the energy costs decrease, or how much would the energy need decrease? I know that we look to SVP as money generation, but I can't help think, but from a sustainability point of view, that having a stable load, without growing load, is maybe better for the environment and better for people who are trying to live in the city and not necessarily increase their data center footprints. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question as far as, I know that the SVP in the past has worked with like Santa Clara Unified for dark fiber. Are there any other enterprises that our biggest enterprises doing to maybe help out their bottom line? And with that, we're going to go out to the public. So we do have one member of the public, Linda.
Yes, I would like two separate things. One is that undergrounding costs significantly more, like double the price of overhead wires. So yes, they look much better, meaning you don't see them, but they are expensive. And if they get flooded out or broken by an earthquake, much harder to fix. Second thing is, I would love to have a public, which I am, suitable packet of the presentation that was just done, because a lot of it was small text and hard to listen and read at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. We're ready for the answers?
Let me start here, and I think we'll probably we'll do a little bit of a tag team here, but I can kick things off. Councilmember Jane, you talked a little bit about the polls, and I couldn't agree more. That's one thing that I think is kind of, unfortunately, fairly common with utilities, is not focusing on the polls. And you tend to run into problems in storms because the poles will come down. And if you've been replacing the poles, it tends to, like if something falls across it, it'll just bring down the wire. The poles will stay intact. Send a crew out, they change it. But if a pole comes down, it's going to be days. So, it's something that when I was in Alameda, we ran into a problem there. We did a bunch of inspections and we were behind there. And it's something that, again, in terms of that storm response, and you mentioned increasing risk with climate change, winds, and things like that, it's something that we recognize, and we've been very proactive. I mentioned that we had a contract crew. That's a lot of what they do all day long, is they go out there and they replace poles. So we're catching up there. It's going to take some time. You mentioned Palo Alto. I believe Palo Alto is going to go for full electrification. They have a gas utility, and so they're shutting that off as well. And so they did the evaluation, and yes, there's, especially when you're talking about 100% electrification or getting up to those high numbers, there's impacts on transformers. I mean, generally speaking, as a utility, you oversize transformers, and so it gives you some flexibility. So if you have in a neighborhood some people buying EVs, some people buying electrifying, but not everybody's doing that, you don't really need to change everything out. I think, and this thing is, electrification is going to unfold over time. It's going to take a while. So I think we're going to have a lot of flexibility, which is different than what Palo Alto is going through, to be able to stay ahead of that. On aesthetics, we are working on one of the projects I mentioned up there, Homestead substation. And I will disagree with you. I actually look at substations and think they're beautiful. But But I understand where people are coming from, and we are working on, we are in contact actually with an architectural firm, because that one in particular is in a residential area. And so we want to be able to design it to be able to be more aesthetically pleasing. Undergrounding, I think there were a couple of comments about undergrounding. I've worked on undergrounding at Palo Alto, and I've worked on it at Alameda. It's always very, very difficult. It takes a long time, and I think the speaker is correct. It is very expensive. There's ways to deal with that, but the reality, when you're talking about residential, it's a little bit more straightforward. The larger lines, it can be potentially very expensive. So I think that might be part of a bigger conversation in terms of, I know some cities, electric utilities have policies around undergrounding, and they might dedicate a certain amount of rate revenues towards a fund for that. Affordability, I think there were several comments. I think Councilmember Park brought that up as well. And last week we were up at NCPA in Sacramento, and yesterday we were there too, and we hear that a lot. And one of the things that's frustrating for us as a public utility is we started sounding the alarm on affordability about 4 or 5 years ago. And now it seems like, up in Sacramento, it's getting some traction. And I will say that it's a difficult subject because people tend to have different definitions of what affordability is there. But from our perspective, we don't only just compare it to PG&E, we also compare it to our fellow POUs as well. And we are at the low end in California. We used to be the lowest. Unfortunately, Turlock Irrigation District has taken over for us. We're gonna I know it's very small, but we're gonna strive to get back to #1. But I think that's what we hear from the community is that it's not just us. It's death by 1,000 cuts, right? It's this bill, that bill, and all that, and everything. So we want to be able to we just did a 4% rate increase, but we're building up our reserves, and there's a variety of reasons why we're doing that. Wildfire and other issues, but also it gives flexibility in the future to be able to mitigate potential rate increases. As opposed to a 4%, you do a 2% and just pull some more out of reserves. So you'll have those tools in the toolbox in the future to be able to listen to what the community is saying and be responsive. Again, Councilmember Chahal, I think you mentioned technology. It's something that we're really focused on, especially asset management. That's where the polls and other things will come into play. We'll be able to do a better job tracking those. You had a variety of questions on multifamily ADU and some rebates. Although, hold off for 1 second, because I'm gonna keep chugging along here, and then I'll turn it over to staff here, because I think there were some other questions that I can handle. Councilmember Cox, you had some questions about load. We don't really differentiate between different data centers. Essentially, we work with our partners at the city, economic development, and if it's a fit for the city and that decision is where we want to go, we as an electric utility, our philosophy is we'll figure out a way to accommodate it. It can be challenging because we're seeing such incredible growth happening, but we don't really differentiate and say, well, we want this load versus that load, or this one has a weird profile. We generally defer to kind of what are the policy of the city in terms of where they want to go, in terms of bringing specific customers to the city. You had a question about incentives and ways to allow them to, about data centers, and then maybe providing there was a potential funding source for residential customers. And the reality is for us is that 90% of our revenues come from our large customers and data centers. So when we build reserves, when we talk about building reserves, the vast majority of that funding is coming from those large customers. And I feel like that provides a significant funding source to be able to really benefit all of our customers. And I admit, Councilmember Hardy, I'm not entirely clear. You mentioned water and power, and I was a little unclear on what you... Yeah, we certainly try to do that as much as possible. We recognize Nobody wants to see new overhead lines. We do our best. We are working on several projects right now where we're trying to figure out, do we have existing poles that can accommodate those lines? And we're trying to be very proactive in that area. And yes, we will be doing a lot for the celebration for our 130 years. You know, and Councilmember Park, you mentioned affordability. Again, I kind of touched on that. That's a huge issue for us. We work very closely with our partners at NCPA. NCPA does a great job lobbying at not only at the state level, but at the federal level, and we work closely with them. You had some very specific questions. I will say, and it was up there for, I think it was Q3, we are going to be bringing back a cost of service. And some of those questions regarding who pays and how much and how do we allocate those costs, you're getting into kind of Prop 26 and cost allocation, and it gets a little bit more complicated. So I'll be honest with you, I don't feel really comfortable kind of trying to address that this evening, but it is coming down the pipeline. And I will say also we have a load development fee, which we are currently underway working with our partners in finance to reevaluate that. It hasn't been looked at in a little while. This is a cost that we charge, and it's largely paid by our the data centers and our large customers. And really, it's designed to take into account who is driving the need for the system expansion and to make sure that we're allocating the cost to those customers. Although I do want to say that the projects that we're doing for system expansion, it does benefit the new customers, but these are also old assets. And you know, those new customers coming in didn't use those assets for 50 years. And so we're making sure that we want to be able to strike a balance and make sure that we're charging those new customers, you know, I hate to use the word fair, but their fair share of what those costs might be, recognizing that some of those existing customers, they've been using those for a while, and they should be paying for some of those as well. And I think I covered everything, unless did I miss something?
I don't think I did a good job at explaining my my original question that was kind of answered was about the expansion projects. And I think when the rate increases came in, and it was interesting to me, I think on the slides it showed that public outreach for the rate increases began in October of 25. So that's quite a short turnover between when we started talking to the public and when it was implemented. I don't believe that probably would have made much difference, but I think the more foreground that we can cover, the better. I think that my question about that was really when we talk about what's funding these capital projects, the rhetoric was, hey, we have to do this and we're getting a rate increase because of data centers. And so I wondered, and it might be really, I'll skip it tonight because it probably will be in your cost service analysis that comes forward later, and I'm content with that answer. Yeah. Then the one that was missed was, again, I think that we are at that limit where we're seeing that electricity is a commodity that is fast running out. There's finite resources. We have to start being creative if we want to. Remember, Councilmember Jane said a long time, take advantage of this $900 billion wave coming at us. And so are we incentivizing data centers to start their own on-site generation in small ways, whether that's solar power, battery storage, anything like that? That was my question.
I appreciate that. And we aren't incentivizing them. We are working with the data centers, and there are several of them that it's currently underway or are looking at on-site generation, recognizing the fact that there's been some struggle to meet their needs. And so we've worked closely with them. I will say that we are also working on some other really new technology and new ways of doing things, of operating our system, which will alleviate the need for our customers to go and find power elsewhere. We want to be able to provide the power to our customers. That's what we're in the business for. So we're looking, for example, we're looking at ways about, you know, because you're building a lot of transmission to meet the needs of contingency that might happen an hour a year or 2 hours a year or 2 hours every 5 years. And is there a better way of doing this in considering the fact that the data centers have backup generation? So maybe it's more efficient where we just, instead of building all this infrastructure, we actually don't do that, and then we have an agreement where we might just, you know, they might go to their backup generation to solve a contingency. We're also in conversations with them about things that they can do and we're partnering with third-party entities so that they can become more efficient and they can move their electricity use across their different facilities. And there's a lot of interest in that. We're seeing a lot of interest from some of our peer utilities as well. So we're really kind of more focusing on that because, I mean, at the end of the day, the way we look at it is, you know, to the extent that we can capture that revenue, I feel like we should. And I mean, you get into issues, especially when you're providing, you're allowing somebody to use their own power. At the end of the day, more likely they will expect us to be the backup for them if their power goes out. And so we're supposed to provide the infrastructure and pay for all that and be waiting for them. And so you get into kind of tricky situations because it's kind of a cost of service discussion. And then, yeah, I agree with you on the public outreach on the rate increase. I think we need to do a better job next year. I think one of the things we ran into is, you know, what's the right number? And so we're trying to run the numbers on that and have policy discussions internally. And so we kind of got a little kind of sidetracked on that. So it's like I will make a commitment that we're going to do a better job on that next year. And I think there were a couple of questions on the incentives that, yeah, so I'll just turn it over.
Good evening, Rachel Riddell Harris, Senior Electric Division Manager for Customer Engagement. Thank you for your questions this evening. Councilmember Shahal, you had a couple questions. First, I wanted to say thank you for acknowledging the outage management system. It was almost 2 years ago that we had a significant portion of the city out, and we got a lot of feedback about customer communication during that, and many different groups within the utility worked really hard to pull that off and get that launched this year, or last fall, so thank you very much for mentioning that. As far as the multifamily ADU program, that is, we brought the contract a couple months ago to council. It's a third-party TRC that's running the program. They run statewide programs around, especially new construction, and they also work with SMUD and many other utilities as well. We're in the process of creating the actual program guidelines, but the basics is that we don't have, we've managed to reach residential customers with our rebates, but we haven't really done a great job of reaching multifamily because there is the challenge that normally the person living in the building isn't the one who owns the building. So TRC has experience with working with developers and working with property owners to really reach out to them and help them to make that decision to switch to electrification for those buildings. So this program will be for new construction, and then it will also be for retrofit for both, for multifamily and for ADUs. So we're going to be working with that specific direction for those customers to try to move them in that direction. For retrofit, we might see some projects over the next year, depending on where some of our customers are. New construction takes a while because you have to kind of get in early if they're going to make that decision. So that may take a few years for us to actually get to a completed new construction project with those rebates. So that's that program.
So on that front, like when residents are upgrading, let's say they're adding some square footage and they're upgrading their HVAC systems, are they also eligible for these rebates?
So the residential rebates that for single family homes will be for that. Okay. And then the multifamily ones will be working with the building owners to try to do the whole building at one time versus trying to do it piecemeal or trying to figure out the person who lives there and the building owners agreeing to changing out individual items. So that's really what we're trying to work on with this. The other piece that you mentioned was the small business rebates. Since we've been working really hard for the last 2 years on getting the rebate processing tool and the OMS up and running and also doubling the number of residential rebate programs, we haven't had a chance to focus on that yet. That's next on our list. We're going to try to get something to look at it over the next 6 months, so hopefully we'll be able to have something launched around July if possible, but that's our next on our list. Thank you.
Kathleen Hughes, Assistant Director in charge of Customer Engagement and Renewables and, well, Resource Procurement. So there was a question I wanted to address with Councilmember Cox about our large customers potentially having their own energy, whether it's, our footprint in Santa Clara is very tight. But we did, before you were on council, we created a program, the Large Commercial Renewable Energy Program, where they could bring their own contracts. And we've worked with a lot of the different large customers to try to bring in the renewables that they have throughout the state and try to make it fit into the compliance obligations that we have. So we weren't both trying to do, we're procuring for them and they're procuring for themselves. We've had people do the one part of it, but not really bring the full contract. And we're still hoping that we have some. We worked with all our customers during COVID to really try to create something that they could bring to us. In the past, we've had a market-based rate where they could bring their contract and they get a renewable credit, so to speak, if we could count it toward our compliance. So we've done those things in the past, and we really try to work with our customers on what else they can do, especially when their goals are maybe even more aggressive than ours. The other thing, when it comes to affordability, so hopefully that answers, that's one more thing that we have. There was a thing that came up a lot yesterday about affordability when we were going around to the different legislature, and it even last week at the Strategic Issues Conference with NCPA. And a lot of it is, and I hate to say this, but it's about the solar. And I know we like to have more solar, but the thing that they're trying to do in the rest of the state is take away the NEM. And because the most expensive energy for the residents is the ones that the people who don't have solar subsidizing the ones that do. And until we try to figure out where that goes from a policy, we're kind of following what the state's doing and just keeping an eye on it. But as we do the cost of service study, we can really evaluate what's next and what that next tranche is for those solar customers. If we were to do something to get more solar penetration into Santa Clara, we really need to make sure that we have systems in place from our AMI to our billing system. And we've been working on upgrades for all of that stuff to really make it streamlined so it's less, FTEs to get that done. It's really labor intensive right now. So we'll get there and we'll have a strategy, but again, that cost of service study will probably show us more of how we should design that program of the future so that we can figure out what's best for the community. Was there anything else? And yes, we'll figure out something for the 130th. We've got to celebrate. We couldn't celebrate the 125th because we had COVID, so we need something. Okay.
I believe a couple of years ago, council approved 100 megawatts of Bloom fuel cells. And so that would be in-city generation. And of course, the problem is all of that in-city generation is going to be fossil fuel based. So that presents a huge problem if we're trying to get to RPS and carbon-free data centers. Can you talk that Bloom experience?
So the one thing the council did approve with that whole Bloom interaction was, especially if we're working with a third party and SVP is taking the lead on like a power purchase agreement, there was a caveat in there that they had to make it carbon free, which means they had to have like a PCC1 REC offset. And I know that gets, it's a compliance tool, but it's the only way the state will recognize that to be a carbon-free resource. So they have to over-procure their delivery, and it's energy markets, it's compliance. So that way they could clean their profile and not impact any other ratepayers' our whole goal and portfolio because of that. What we have been doing with the work of like our engineering that's been here, we worked really hard to get Intel's, Intel connected. They had 10.5 megawatts that they put in for. And there is a larger request from them for, and we're working through our process and our system impact studies. There is still the request from AWS, and we're working with, doing our system impact studies for I think it was about 20 megawatts with AWS. Other customers have been looking at other technology, and we met with a lot of different technology, other fuel cells, CHP, others. There's a lot of promise of biofuels, a lot of promise of green hydrogen, but I think most of that has been shelved until maybe the next administration because we don't have those tax credits coming anymore, so that will impact some of the affordability. So it's kind of slow, but we've also done a lot from our engineering perspective, where we're optimizing our system, and what Nico mentioned and what our engineering team under like Albert has done and Chris, to really maximize what the customers can use faster, especially once we have everything connected. It's, we're trying to move away to how we used to plan our load before we had everyone come in at once in like 2020. We're trying to make sure that you want it when you want it, it will be there. And that's a continual process, and we're continually modifying for that, and that's what we've been working on. So there are still some opportunities for some self-generation. How much? By the time we get things built, sometimes that's the same timeline to get that in place as well. And that's the other challenge. It does take time. There's all these system impact studies, affected system studies that the ISO wants. So a lot of different challenges to get something done quickly. So, that answer it? Okay.
All right, we'll go out to the public. Is there anybody from the public that wants to?
And the presentation, Linda, will be online. So.
You've already taken public comment?
We have, huh?
Yes.
That's true, okay. Councilmember Park?
Yes, and thank you very much for some of the clarifications. I know I did see that we did have a cost study coming up, but I'm hoping that within those, we will look at more than just low rates. I mean, it's not just costs that people are talking about, that people are complaining about. It's the effect of the rate changes on the customers. Right? It's not enough being the lowest price if the rates are still going up faster than people can keep up with them. And it's not just the residents that qualify for rebates that are complaining, it's everyone. And I feel in a city like Santa Clara, where we are making a lot of money, we talk about Prop 26 and, subsidy of rates, different rate payers, but nobody in our city should need rebates, right? I mean, that's what I feel. We've got a lot of money going to general fund. We got a lot of money. And I feel that the monies that we're moving to general fund could be used to fund the projects that increase our rates. And I don't know why we have additional monies left over that we are moving over to general fund, perhaps to use on salaries or pensions or other things that we traditionally haven't been focused on, like infrastructure. But at some point, I would hope that the costs are not just looking at what our costs are relative to what other utilities are charging, but based on what our residents need. I mean, what our residents are asking about, what our residents are complaining about, and something that's fair, something that stabilizes the rates so that we can increase rates in a predictable way, in a way that does not take away from people who are on fixed incomes. And I'm hoping that that will be part of the consideration, not just how much money can we make, because from the looks of it, I mean, we can always use more money, but from the looks of it, we are making a considerable amount of money, and increasing our rates proportionally. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other speakers here. Can I get a motion for note and file? Do we need that? Yeah.
Motion to note and file.
Let's see here.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. So that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 5, which is the proposed termination of 2 historic property preservation agreements.
Mr. Vice Chair, could we, from staff standpoint, could we get a 5-minute recess and then come back to this?
Sure. So let's come back.
Just 5 minutes.
Let's come back at 10:46.
Very good. Thank you.
right, if we can take our seats, we're going to get started here. All right. All right, so we'll re-adjourning here and moving on to item 5. So item 5 is a proposed termination of 2 historic property preservation agreements, also known as Mills Act contracts, for properties located at 1711 Main Street and 906 Monroe Street, for failure to comply with the terms of the agreements and the requirements of the Mills Act. So this item is a public hearing, which I will now declare to be open. At this time, I will ask for the staff presentation. So Director Afshan Hamad.
Sure. Vice Mayor, Mills Act, as we often refer to it, is an economic incentive to encourage the restoration and preservation of historic buildings within the city of Santa Clara. It requires compliance. However, 2 properties that we're bringing before you tonight have been unresponsive. And so we've agendized a item for your approval that would direct staff to cancel the Mills Act contract. We have our Community Development Director, Afsha Hamid, here to present the item to you and discuss our outreach process as well as next steps. Afsha?
Thank you so much. And if I could also get the, it's not on here, on this monitor. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm just going to jump right in. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. The purpose of the Mills Act program is to provide economic incentives for restoration and preservation. There is an audit requirement as part of this, and the city audits properties with the Mills Act contract every 5 years. So the last audit was completed in 2017. Then in 2022, however, because of COVID, it was delayed to 2024. So we have completed the 2024 audit. However, 2 properties are in the process of being terminated, and so we're here tonight. And then the next audit cycle will be 2030, 2031. And I just want to explain a little bit more about the process behind a Mills Act. So the property owner is offered this tax incentive, and they may submit an agreement to the city. The city, the Mills Act has a signed agreement with the property owner that is binding, and it lists the improvements for a 10-year period. Now, the owner develops that 10-year list of improvements, and that goes into the agreement. The agreement is then reviewed and recommended by the HLC, and then it is approved by the City Council. Usually, the improvements that are listed for historic properties have to follow the guidelines of the U.S. Secretary of Interior. And staff's role in this is really to ensure the compliance and to make sure that the act is following. And the way we do that is through compliance through the audits. Okay, so this slide is regarding the compliance, which is part of the agreement. And the agreement requires, as I said, regular audits. So the planning staff reached out to all the Mills Act's property through mailed letters, emails, to self-report or schedule an on-site inspection. And this was for the 2024 audit. So the property owners who did not respond to that initial request via email, mail was subsequently sent, and they were also contacted by phone, certified mail, and attempted hand-delivered notices from code enforcement. So this is the phases of the outreach that staff conducted. So as I said, it was regarding the 2024 compliance period. And so in phase 1, we sent letters in May. Then in July, we followed up and sent additional letters in July 2024. Then in November 2024, that's phase 3, mailed and emailed letters are sent out to the property owners. Then in February 2025, which is phase 4, again, we mailed and emailed letters to those who did not respond. And then we are at phase 5. And in phase 5, we have certified mail, and also our code enforcement staff goes out to the properties and delivers the letters. So staff does an extensive outreach, and so we are now at phase 5. So staff's goal is to really get the property owners to maintain and improve the historic properties. It is really in the city's interest to maintain the character of historic homes. So the completed Mills Act audit, there's a contract termination. This clause is in the agreement. We've given a reasonable amount of time. We've conducted the outreach. So the contract termination for the 2 properties that failed to submit the audit are 1711 Main Street and 906 Monroe Street / 1341 Homestead Road. And a little bit about these properties. The one at 1711 Main Street, it's a pioneer Gothic style. And the contract was entered in 2000. The current property owners participated in the 2017 audit, as well as an on-site inspection. And then in 2024, 2 email responses were submitted by the owner regarding the building permits that were on file. However, when we've gone to look at the records, there is actually nothing on record. There are no permits. So we have communicated this as there's no adequate documentation. So again, the outreach were 3 initial letters, 2 follow-up emails, additional emails, back and forth with the applicant, certified letter, code enforcement in person, letting the property owner know. Then we've done notification of this meeting as well to the property owner. So we're now at phase 5 of the outreach, where we're proceeding with the termination. And then this property is 906 Monroe Street. There are a little bit about this. It's called an East Lake Victorian style. And there are 2 residences on this property. However, only the 906 Monroe is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory and is subject to the Mills Act. The Mills Act contract was recorded in 1998, and the previous owners participated in the 2017 audit with an on-site inspection, and the property is now currently owned by a bank. So there has not been a response by the property owner. I understand that it's with Lamb Partners, which is a real estate investment and development firm. Staff also attempted to call them in November 2024 and February 2025. And again, we're now at stage 5 of the outreach process and also the termination. So the Historic Property Preservation Agreement, it runs with the land and it remains in effect even when the ownership changes. There are agreements in Section 3C where owners must allow periodic on-site inspections, and owners must also provide information requested by the city to confirm compliance. Now, these may be in the form of invoices or receipts or photographs. We're pretty flexible about this, or even on-site inspections or any form. And in this case, both owners did not respond to repeated city requests, and they did not also allow for any on-site inspections. So they are in violation of the agreement. So the property owners are subject to a cancellation fee equal to 12.5% of the current fair market value. And the cancellation fee is paid to the county auditor and distributed to jurisdictions. The properties will remain on the historic resource inventory, and they are subject to the historic preservation ordinance. In other words, if they do any improvements in the future to these properties, regardless of them being on the Mills Act, they will be required to go through a process and to submit their improvements, which will be either reviewed at a staff level, or if it's major, it will be reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission. So for the two properties for tonight, staff recommendation is to terminate the Mills Act contract located at 1711 Main Street due to the violation of sections 3C and 4A of the agreement, and terminate the Mills Act contract for the property located at 906 Monroe due to the violation of sections 3C and 3.4, and direct the Community Development Director to inform the affected property owners as well as the county. And I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. And so at this time, we'll have questions from the council for the director or the staff. So Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. If I understand this correctly, they are still, these, although they're under the preservation ordinance, they can also use the state historic building code to improve their property, and that they're supposed to have a 10-year perpetual list that's part of the agreement. So the consequences, it sounds like it's a 12% of their assessed value. And then going forward, then they would need to pay their full property taxes and would not get that tax break that we give to people with Mills Act, so that they can put that money into their historic homes and keep those up, because it is more expensive to do that. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct, because it is a carrots and sticks approach. Basically, if you comply with what you have submitted, with what the property owner has submitted, which is in compliance with the U.S. Secretary of State guidelines, then you get a tax relief.
Thank you.
If I might, too, Vice Mayor, just to clarify the statement by Member Hardy in the response, it is actually a 12.5% penalty based on the fair market value of the property as determined by the county assessor, but it's not the assessed value, so that could be significantly higher.
Thank you. Councilmember Shane?
Yeah, thank you, Director Hamid. The point of the Mills Act is that it's expensive to maintain historic homes, so you get this tax break that then covers the cost of those expenses. But once you're off the Mills Act, how can the city force somebody to maintain the house at the same level if they're not getting a break? Could somebody just replace wood windows with vinyl windows? And then if they're not able to pay the 12%, what happens? That's pretty much, it seems to me that going on the Mills Act obligates you to preserve the house in a certain way, but once you're off the Mills Act, I don't quite understand how we can require, because when houses were put on the historic inventory, the city just went around and put houses on the inventory. And it wasn't, I don't believe it was voluntary that people would agree to be on the inventory. They were just put there. And by being on the inventory, you automatically get a Mills Act if you apply for it. And, well, if you have the historic survey done, but pretty much my experience is that if you're already on the inventory, it's pretty automatic that you would get a Mills Act. And there is appetite to go around and reassess a bunch of houses and put more houses on the inventory, but that hasn't happened for years. I guess my real question is how, if they're not getting this benefit, how can we force them to maintain the wood windows and the house in a certain way?
Councilmember Cox?
Thanks. I just, talking about a 12.5 fair market value assessment makes more sense to me now that we had like a 98% compliance rate with all the other properties. But I want to just make sure I understood. In the staff report that was given here, it actually, I think, mentioned the dates that they were contacted. We haven't contacted the bank-owned property since February of last year. Is that correct? Almost a year?
Let me just look. I have some updated information on that one.
And then while you're looking, I just, I know that the owners of the Main Street house did send 2 emails saying to check the building permits. And then they had a narrative that wasn't accepted. I don't know that I read that anybody contacted them afterwards to talk about the quality of the narrative report they turned in or asking for anything supplemental. So I just wanted to know a little bit about that process because I was under the impression we'd contacted people multiple times, but it maybe per date looks like a handful of times over the last year. And if they do lose the Mills Act, are they able to go back on, or is it once you're done, you're done? Thanks.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I don't know what the issue with the historic housing list, but I always thought that people had to apply for Mills Act on their houses. And I'm used to council actually voting on a Mills Act on their houses and on people's houses. And there were a limited number of Mills Act decisions that were made every year. But it's been a while since I've actually heard Mills Act issues. I know this was on a previous agenda. I know that this was, I looked at these properties before. I also was curious about the narrative that the Main Street house had, which is they responded with, look at the building permit records on file, and I don't understand what the point of that was. Is there something that could or would be shown on a building permit record that would explain some of the things that they're doing, explain things that they're not doing? I don't, the presentation is not conclusive on what that actually means. I also have some questions about, like, the purpose of Mills Act is preservation of historic properties, and the bank now owns one property on Monroe Street, and it's like, I don't know if the bank is maintaining that house, even if they responded. I mean, I don't know if there are any mechanisms, rather than remove the Mills Act first, is find them or find the bank or send them a letter, a strongly worded letter to allow or force them to act, to either preserve the house vis-a-vis the Mills Act contract or do something, right? But I feel that having something that's bank-owned, probably not maintained, is not the best way to keep a historic house in habitable condition. My worry is that it's no longer inhabited and may now fall into disrepair because, like, we are talking to an entity that doesn't care about the maintenance of the property that they own, and maybe there's a way that we can goad them into going through the motions of maintaining the house for the property, for the purpose of Mills Act, right? I think that may be better for the property and better for the neighborhood than simply finding them and taking them off the Mills Act, right? Maybe force them to sell that property if they don't want to pay these recurring fees. I don't know what mechanisms there are, but I would hope there is some other way to help preserve the intent of the Mills Act, not just punish people for not being able to maintain their house for a while. It sounds like, and it's possible that some of these homeowners hit some bad times, especially during COVID, and the houses are feeling the brunt of that. Thank you.
City Manager Grogan. You're getting okay.
That's an older request.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, all right, so we got the questions. Are we ready to answer?
Yeah, we can go right in. So Councilmember Jane, so once you're off the Mills Act and there's a termination, so this is a whole agreement that the homeowner voluntarily takes to be. So they initiate it, they put an application in, it goes through a whole process. The process includes going to the HLC. The HLC reviews the whole application. They review is the homeowner complying with the guidelines from the U.S. Secretary of Interiors. And then it comes to council. And then council has the final authority on approving these. So once you're off, if you want to go back on, you can just reapply. Maybe there's a new homeowner, because this is binding. So, maybe with the change, so they can resubmit the application. It would again go through that entire process. And then you asked, what is the incentive if it's a historic property and they don't want to do wood, but they want to do vinyl? So any property that is listed, whether it has a Mills Act or not, and they propose some alterations, they must obtain a permit through the planning department, and it's for property alteration. So if it's minor or major, depending on what they're doing, a minor permit for a smaller project is at staff level. So there's an incentive to keep making improvements and not hold homeowners back from making those. And then if it's a major, we call that an SPA, significant property alteration. And that's required for more substantial alterations, and those are reviewed by the Historic Landmarks Commission for a recommendation, and then typically forward to the design review hearing for final approval. And it depends on the project scope, so each is on a case-by-case basis. And then you asked what happens if you can't pay the 12.5%. I'm thinking that it's probably going to be a lien on the property. Let's see, and then you asked, I think this was just a statement that more properties may be reassessed and additional houses may be put on the historic resources inventory. Yes, that's a project that would be determined by the Historic Landmarks Commission, and then it would be done through an independent consultant. Councilmember Cox, you asked specifically about the contact for 1711 Main Street. For 1711 Main Street, let's see, I have a whole list here. Okay, so we sent letters during phase 1 in May 2024, then June of 2024, we sent letters, then November 15, 2024, we mailed and emailed to the property owner. Then January 14th of 2025, we followed up with an email. Then January 29th of 2025, we followed up with an email. On February 8th, 2025, the owner said, just check the city permits. We have a tracker, we have a database. So we track all the permits. It's very detailed. So when we looked in the database, there was actually no permits that were submitted. And so it's not that we're not trying. We go back and forth. We really do make an effort. And then we also offer, hey, we can come and just do an on-site inspection if that's much easier for you, or if you want to just submit photographs. And so staff did reply that the information that was submitted was not sufficient. And then we followed up with 2 emails in April 2nd of 2025, then April 9th of 2025, and then we sent out the Phase 4 letters. So it's gone through an extensive review. And then you also asked about the narrative for 906 Monroe, so let me just go to that one. And that one, there was absolutely no response at all with all the emails that we sent. I think it had already switched hands, like in terms of property owners, and gone to Lamb Partners, a real estate investment and development firm. We did attempt to call them, and we called them in November of 2024, and we also called them February of 2025. And then we also sent a certified mail on May 2025. And then, like I said, we also send our code enforcement staff in person to hand deliver the letters. So there's been numerous ways to do this. Councilmember Park, if you're on so there's 2 kind of things to understand here. There's the Mills Act, which is the tax incentive, and then there's the Historic Resources Inventory. So just because you're on the Historic Resources Inventory, it doesn't mean that a property owner has agreed to be part of the Mills Act. They don't have to do that. So they're not obligated. And then, yes, I think I already addressed the preservation of 906 Monroe and all the various mechanisms that they go through. And I understand, thank you for sharing your concerns about that it may not be habitable, but we try in our best interest to work with any property in the city. And like I said, it's in our interest to see the character of a property being maintained, especially when it's historic. And the Mills Act is really intended to be an approach where we incentivize property owners to maintain those historic properties. So it's not really meant to punish. I think I've answered all the questions.
All right. So with that, seeing no more questions, will now provide each property owner with an opportunity to contest the proposed termination, provide any relevant information. First, the owner of 1711 Main Street. Is the owner present? Online? No. Okay. Now we'll go to the general public. Anybody from the general public?
I have no speaker cards, and there's no hands raised online.
Okay. With that, we're going to move on to, that concludes the portion of public hearing devoted to 1711 Main Street. Now turning to 906 Monroe Street. Is the owner of 906 Monroe Street present? Are they online? No? Okay. If not, we're going to go to the general public. Anybody from the general public? Nobody from the general public either. All right. With that, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All right, so that motion carries, so the public hearing is now closed. Now we'll go on to council deliberations and action. All right. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'll make the motion for the recommendation. I will say that this is frustrating and difficult, and I appreciate staff worked very hard to contact people. It is our carrot to help take care of our historic homes, and I am frustrated, but I understand that this is what I would call a necessary reality and a sad one. Thank you. So the motion is for the recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I do see a speaker, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I understand the actions that staff went through, but my question was, I mean, what were the owners of 1711 trying to show or prove by asking you to check existing building permits? Like, would there be something in a building permit that would excuse or, justify? I mean, it sounds like maybe there would be inspections, but you asked for on-site inspections. You'd have to do inspections at regular intervals, and it doesn't look like those were on file if they were done at all. I mean, is it possible that something was done and they were misplaced or they were lost, and because of the timing? I mean, it was 2 years later when the new inspection cycle came up. Maybe it's something that they had put on file years ago that you couldn't find. I mean, they're obviously there. They obviously did respond. And did we ever go back and elicit another response based on the new information that we had after checking the permits? Like, I just feel very uncomfortable with the fact that the owners did respond. They weren't, the most responsive, but they did respond. They seemed to think that there was something that would justify or show that they've done some work, and then doesn't sound like we've had communication with them after that, after we came up with more information, and I'm just worried that maybe there's something there that the residents, I don't know, need help, think that something has been done, very busy, I don't know. I'm trying to come up with reasons to support them. Right. It almost makes me think that, especially for older houses, which may be owned by older people, maybe there ought to be a wellness or a welfare program for people who are falling short of Mills Act. Because again, it's not just for the tax breaks; it's for the preservation of the historic houses. I mean, only historic houses qualify for Mills Act, and I think that if we're looking at what the effect is, we would do more to preserve the houses, even when the owners of the houses are struggling.
Yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from, and we're very empathetic to that as well. And I don't think in this case it's a lack of us losing records or not having records. We have a very robust database. We don't have paper, and so we track those records very diligently. And in this case, what the owner was saying and what was submitted simply didn't match up.
But what were they trying to prove? Like
A water heater.
Was that?
A water heater.
A water heater.
So we followed up with the homeowner, and we said we can even do an on-site inspection. A water heater is not a big deal. So, but there's been no kind of agreement from the homeowner to even let us do on-site inspections. Or even submit a photograph. A photograph could have been submitted, or a receipt, or an invoice, or, and then the house is just not being maintained as well. So there was a site inspection done, and yes, we did contact them about this hearing. We've contacted them in numerous ways, through numerous means and methods, and it's been very extensive. We're very empathetic as well.
City Manager Grogan?
Sure. Council, I hear the concern and potentially the trepidation from some council members. So I'd like to proffer that if council desires, you could, in concurrence with the city attorney, reopen the public hearing and continue to a date certain, and staff can conduct one last outreach to the property owners and make sure that they are fully understanding of the 12.5% penalty for canceling the Mills Act. Looking at in your staff report, the amount of annual tax savings to the city is under $300, right? And so it's really not the tax savings, but that 12.5% penalty of current market value will be significant, potentially even more than the improvements that a homeowner may not be able to do. And so I think given the concerns, you could continue to a date certain. I'm just looking at potentially March 10th. Give us, we will do one last outreach. And if in fact there is no response at that point, we would come back to you for final action.
As the maker of the motion, then, are you asking for a continuance until March 12th?
So, March 10th meeting.
March 10th, sorry. As the maker of the motion, I can amend that and to say, let's do a continuation until March 10th.
Is the seconder? Yes.
Clarify that's for both properties, right?
Both properties.
For both.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yes, that was for both properties. If, so they understand the consequences.
Okay, we have a Councilmember Park.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I was going to
Okay.
do that. Thank you very much for staff for that.
Councilmember Cox.
I just want to make sure, are we setting a new precedent for how we're going to deal with this going forward? Is this a one-time exception? I mean, what's going to make this not be the routine practice that when people default, we just come back?
I do believe this is the first time we're canceling a Mills Act property. And so, you know, is it precedent setting? It doesn't have to be, but yeah.
All right, we do have a motion and a second to continue this open hearing till March 10th.
It's part of it.
And that vote is unanimous, 6-0. So with that, thank you, and we'll move on to item 6, which is action on the approval of the First Amendment to the City Manager Employment Agreement, and 2, the resolution approving and adopting the updated salary plan that includes the classification of city manager.
Vice Chair, in accordance with best practice, because this item involves my personal employment contract with the city, I will step down from the dais at this point and leave the room. You do have Assistant City Manager Araceli Azevedo, as well as Acting HR Director Marco Mercado, and staff from the HR department, as well as the City Attorney here to support you if needed. Thank you.
We'll see you in closed session. All right. So with that, is there we'll wait till city manager walks out. runs out. All right, is there a presentation or anything from our interim director?
Honorable Vice Mayor and City Council, we don't have a presentation. This matter is before you is to codify a decision that, from the City Council in December to amend the city manager's employment contract.
All right, we do have a speaker.
Excuse me one sec, Mr. Chair. I think there's one additional aspect of this that's necessary.
Good evening. We do need you to read the recommendation in its entirety because this does involve a council appointee under California government section, and I apologize, I don't remember the number. There is a requirement to read the new compensation in the record.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to approve modifications to the compensation package for the city manager, including a salary adjustment for the city manager of approximately 3% retroactive to May 1st, 2025, effective May 11th, 2025, resulting in a new annual salary of approximately $430,767.36 with a corresponding retroactive payment of $8,686.10. And B, modification of the performance appraisal process as set forth in Amendment Number 1. Item 2, approve and authorize the mayor to sign Amendment Number 1 to the employment agreement with the city manager, Javon D. Grogan. And item 3, adopt the resolution updating the unclassified salary plans effective May 11th, 2025, approved January 27th, 2025. And with that, we do have a speaker, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. If I understood right, then this is what we had discussed, but we still have, we still have a subgroup that needs to go over some other realities that were not covered in this. So if I understand correctly, that would be to contact you, Marco, and set that up with the subcommittee for any other realities that were not covered in this.
Yes, correct. The item before you is strictly what the Vice Mayor read into the record, but there are ongoing discussions that need to occur with the subcommittee that's appointed council. Myself and Sue Reuter, the Chief Assistant City Attorney, will be available to help with that.
Thank you. And I do have a possible agenda and a possible date for you that I've worked out with them. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cox.
So I think it's those other things I want to discuss here, because I wasn't sure in reading this if this encapsulated the full salary increase we were going to give, because I know that we had discussed both a COLA and a merit increase. So it's not really clear to me, again, and you guys sound like you're still in deliberations in the subcommittee, but I don't know that we ever landed on this performance appraisal being complete. And so I don't know, is this a 3% merit increase? Is this the 3% cost of living adjustment that's over the 2% that's required by the May date? We got stuck on the May date, or excuse me, the date for the evaluation to be completed again. I really need to understand who owns that, because it needs to be brought back to the agenda, but we don't necessarily control agendized items. And so I want to know who's going to be responsible for ensuring that May date is on people's minds so that we can take action and not, have this recurring retroactive payment issue that we've seen twice now. But I think that the most critical part of this is what I think is going to be happening here is we're going to approve a 3% today that is not really identified as merit or COLA. And then it sounds like we're going to come back and do another increase at a later date of merit or COLA. And so as somebody who's trying to say that we don't necessarily have equality, but we offer equity in all of our city positions, I don't want this to be looked at as the public as a sneaky way to give our top appointed staff members unfair raises through a mechanism where we kind of pull it under the rug. If we're going to do this, I would say that both need to come through at the same time. or one merit increase? Because if I'm understanding right, there's potential for a second merit increase to come, or a second, let's not even call it a merit increase. It sounds like a second salary increase will come through later, if I'm understanding correctly.
That would be up to the city council through its appointed subcommittee to determine whether any salary increase, either merit or wage COLA, would be awarded to the city manager at a future date. This item is specifically with regards to the December 9th decision by the council to provide a 3% salary increase going retroactive to May of 2025. Just would like to note that the last salary increase that the city manager raised would have been in December of 2023.
Okay, have we determined if this is a merit increase or a cost of living increase that we're doing today?
My recollection from the December 9 meeting, it was just a salary increase. I do not believe that
This is not tied to either of those
the
things.
city council did not distinguish to staff whether it was a merit or wage increase.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, for the public's benefit, the employment contract with both the city attorney and the city manager call for the city council to make its best effort to do annual performance reviews. And fundamentally, there hasn't been an owner for this. And I would have expected it would be the mayor to drive all of these and to meet that schedule. For whatever reason, it has not been happening for a long time. And the city council decided that to encourage the council, which is the sole entity responsible for doing performance reviews and giving wage increases to the city attorney and the city manager, to incentivize the council to follow through with the employment agreement, we wanted to put in that if nothing happens by the council, there's at least a 2% or a cost of living or inflation, whichever is lower, automatically to the two employees if the city council refuses to do their duty to do these performance reviews. I want to have a discussion about what we do for the next round of performance reviews. I would like to see some sort of 360 review and some goals and all of that. And I'm trying to understand from you whether we have to put into the budget now, because the budget's going to be coming up soon, the cost of a consultant to go through these performance reviews for our two employees.
Thank you for the question. So what we are planning to do is we have previously engaged Dan Keene to consult with the council with regards to the council appointees performance appraisal. We did receive the interest of council for that to include a 360 review. We will be contacting the same consultant to ask for an extension of their contract, which expired the prior year, but does allow for the city to have two one-year extensions, and for any such extension to include a 360 review.
And that would include establishing performance goals and all of that. Is that true? A 360 review and performance goals and all of that?
We had reached out to the subcommittee to kind of discuss. That would have been part of our questions in terms of what a 360 review, what that would entail. And we consulted with Dan Keene to see, in his experience, what that would have entailed, and brought that back to the subcommittee to discuss with council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cox.
So again, I just want for public record to state what we are saying right now is this is not based on merit, performance, and this is not a cost of living. This is essentially you get a 3% raise as a placeholder, and we're going to come back at a later date and give you another raise. So I'd like to know if we see other staff positions where they get 2 independent raises in a year that aren't attached to any distinction of it. And And certainly, this is not an effort to say, don't give raises, but again, if we're trying to create parity in what we're seeing with what we've offered other staff members in the arduous processes they go through to be evaluated, and the way that we scrutinize and try to continue to reduce this seems really unfair to me, and it seems really, really unethical that we would say, we're gonna bundle this into two different things to sweep this by the public. So I absolutely believe that our staff need raises. What I don't see is that we're following a procedure that shows that we're doing this in an equitable or transparent way.
Thank you. So with regards to staff generally, there are different policies that would govern merit increases and wage increases. So with regards to both unclassified and classified employees, they're represented by bargaining units, so they would negotiate with the city with regards to wage increases for the bargaining unit as a whole. Unclassified employees receive also, during the same year that they may have received a cost of living increase through the contract negotiation process, would have also received performance appraisal and performance evaluation that would, for an additional merit increase if so warranted by their performance. Classified employees do not receive generally merit increases. They are on a salary step structure where they receive from steps 1 through 5, 5%, steps 6 and 7 are 2.5% each, where it's annually received and it's not necessarily tied to performance.
Totally respect and understand that. Again, I think that you're again referring to merit increases and cost of living, and we haven't identified that this is either of those. So I don't know how we can take action on a merit increase when it is not tied to, or an increase when it is not tied to a cost of living or a performance review right now.
I would just like to add that because he hasn't received an increase since 2023, this is to address the 2024 period. This is similar to the action we took with the city attorney, so it's not inconsistent. And it was also a salary adjustment for him. So we are following a consistent process. Again, we have been trying to define the process for both council appointees to have an established process that still is somewhat being defined by the subcommittee. And what we can do is bring forward a policy that outlines a process for you, so it's not ambiguous and it's outlined and it's a process that can be followed on an annual basis and hold us accountable to ensure that we bring it forward in a timely manner.
I think I just want clarification. Are you saying, and I'm sorry that Glenn's right here and we're talking about him, but that the same process happened where he received one raise at one time and that at a later date,
So
we voted on a second one?
It was one item, and it was retro, so it included a retro
Totally okay.
payment. And then the process is going to restart again. And so it's going to follow the same process for the city manager.
I can speak to my experience if that's
sure.
helpful. I don't know what was discussed or what direction there was with respect to the city manager, so I can't speak to that. The increase that was authorized for me, to my understanding, was for a particular assigned year, and that there would be another review to determine whether or not, after that period of time, my performance or other considerations warranted another increase. And so I don't think there was a two-step process where I got one kind of raise and then there was discussion of some other kind of raise. I was afforded a raise. I don't know that it was characterized one way or the other, and that was the raise I got for a particular time period. Now, under a modified process, I'm going to be reevaluated to determine if my performance or other considerations justifies a raise for the next time period. So I don't know if that's the same or different than what's being discussed here.
I think that the difference is yours was done in one action, and we are going to talk about two here.
Yeah, and I don't know what was authorized or directed in your case. I'm just describing what my circumstance was.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how I hear the word ethical bandied about. I will state really clearly that other staff positions where the managers do not give timely reviews, I don't know that those exist. I mean, keeping executive staff salaries while, due to lack of council action, while their subordinates receive evaluations increases, step increases around them, I don't know that that's a good thing for executive staff. We've heard, and I believe that I've got in my notes as well, that the raises that were given previously to the city attorney were for specific time periods. And the time periods that we're looking at are, now we're looking at 2 years. I think the complaint is that we're giving an increase in the amount, in a set amount, not necessarily based on COLA or merit, but based, I think, more on lack of action by council. And I think, I think that maybe if we wanted to do a full review, we'd do a review of both years, of both time periods. I think that what you're looking at is you want to see actions for this lumped time period, and we're saying that we're not doing that. We're saying that we are giving an increase for a time period that has passed, and I think that the subcommittee will take into account all awards into consideration for the next increase, so that we're not late for the next cycle. I don't think this is about ethics at all. I think this is more about process, procedure, and ownership. And I think at some point, if we are going to take ownership, then we are going to look at the staff that we hire, that we recommend, and be timely with the reviews that we put into the contracts. And when we suggest that it's unethical for us to do that because we don't tie it to COLA or merit. I agree. I don't know that ethics is the word. Ethical is the word I'd use, but I think that unfair would be the word that I would use to say we are potentially giving them much lower increases because we didn't evaluate their performance for what they've done. And during time periods where contracts were settled and lawsuits were settled and lots of other things happened. I don't know that the word ethical, which is used quite a bit in this council, is the word that I would use. But I would certainly say that it is not fair to anyone, especially the recipients of the increases, to not be fairly evaluated on the work that they have done during the time periods that they have done, because there are many things that did not go into consideration when we came up with a number. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I might clarify, I got some additional information from Chief Assistant City Attorney Sue Reuter, who's been involved in this process. And what she has informed all of us is that the process that I described for me is the same process and decision that was made for Javon, so that there is a 3%, as is proposed here, raise for him for a particular time period. Whatever might be currently still under evaluation isn't proposed to change that time period. It would be for a future time period. So that's how it was described to me, and that's what this decision is for that particular time period.
Just
And is
to
that your
clarify,
understanding?
So again, it's for the 2024 period, and now we're in the 2025-2026 period. So we are going to be coming back this year for the 2025-2026 period. What is before you is for the 24-25 period, because he started in May. So it covers that time frame. So again, 24, and then we're going to be coming back to you sometime after May to address the 25-26 rating period. So it is consistent with the city attorney.
And that makes sense. I just don't know why we can't do that now in the 25-26 period. So it doesn't look like we're actually engaging in two transactions.
It is, we generally, ideally, we would do it close to the end of that rating period, but here we are delayed. So I do understand that concern. And so the goal would be that when we cover the 25-26 rating period, we're not going to have that lengthy delay. So I understand what you're saying, but we intend to come back sooner to make sure that we're doing it within a reasonable period of time.
But it is one, just to be clear, it is just one increase for the 2024-2025 rating period. Correct. That's correct.
Councilmember Jane?
Can you describe, like the people who work for the city manager, they're in Unit 9, is that correct?
In the city manager's office specifically, there's both employees represented by Unit 9 as well as Employees Association, Unit 57A.
Right, but the unclassified are Unit 9, right?
Correct.
And so that includes the direct reports of the city manager, is that
correct?
And what increase did they receive in this 24-25 time period?
So for merit increase for the it would have been, the rating period for all Unit 9 employees is by calendar year. So the rating period of 2024, the maximum merit increase that they would have received would have been 4%. For the 2025 rating period, which would not be, it's not effective until July of the following year, the maximum merit increase an employee could receive would be 4%.
So 4 and 4.
Correct.
And can you explain to me what compaction is?
Compaction is generally when a classification, a supervisory classification, and there's not enough of a salary differential between the supervisor classification and the direct report.
Meaning if, let's say, a direct report got 4% and the city manager did not get anything, then we'd run into potentially a compaction issue?
Correct, that's possible. With regards to this unclassified salary plan, currently the city manager, there's just salary range, not incumbent's actual salary. They rank as the fourth classification. So there are classifications above the city manager currently. With a 3% wage increase or salary increase in front of you, that would bump them up to the number 3 spot.
So you're saying that currently the city manager is the 4th highest paid?
By salary range.
Salary
We're not talking about
range.
incumbents. I don't have that information as like what incumbents in those classifications currently make.
And so by giving a 3%, that would make the city manager the 3rd?
If approved, yet, yes.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
I'd like to make a motion for the recommendation that council put together before for the modifications, and I'll take the bull by the horns, and I'm part of the subcommittee, and we'll make certain we meet with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second. I'll second that.
Motion and second. We still have speakers. Councilmember Cox?
Just want clarification again, for the 24 or 25, 26 that's coming back, the performance of review that we're talking about, we want to put that in place ahead of time?
So for 25, 26, we will have a different process, similar process, but it's going to come sooner because it's going to be closer to his anniversary date. So his anniversary date is May, so we're behind. So the item before you is to catch up. And so we're going to be coming back shortly after May to address the 25, 26, up to May of 26 period.
With or without an evaluation?
So no, the idea would be to follow the process that the subcommittee has established. And what we can do is bring forward a policy so it's memorialized. We follow that process on an annual basis for both council appointees.
I'm not sure that I understand that's a yes or a no. It sounds like we're going to vote on something without going through a full performance evaluation again to make sure that we're caught up, and then you guys are going to bring forward a policy going forward after that.
So for the 25-26 rating period, we will go through the formal evaluation process.
So this will be the only increase until there is a performance evaluation done again?
Process, correct.
Okay.
We do have a member of the public, Ms. Wanda Buck.
unmute yourself, Wanda, please.
I didn't push a button. I'm sorry. I have no comment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Wanda. All right. I'll just mention that typically it's better. In my previous life, we did have an issue with the evaluation processes, so we ended up amending the contract to add something to make sure that the at that time the school board, have a process in place so that we can get the evaluation done versus delaying that. Something similar to what we have here. Obviously, I think the council feels a need to make sure that we get this done. So I see us doing this and following that process in the future. So I feel pretty comfortable with this as an initial kickoff point to help with compaction, but also to provide an increase to a city manager who is doing his job. With that, we do have a motion and a second. I do not see any other speakers. So we'll take a vote. Sorry. So that motion carries 6-0 with our mayor being absent.
Thank you.
And with that, before we will be adjourning to go to closed session, but before that, we're going to take reports from the members, special committees. So any, I'm sorry. Councilmember Park?
No, sorry.
Sorry, okay. Councilmember Shahal?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I was at Sacramento yesterday, came back today for NCPA Capital Day. And that's basically NCPA's role with all the different cities, public utilities. They, under their umbrella, they basically lobby to their legislatures for streamlining the operations or whatever their demands are. Some of the main issues were affordability on that, like we have, Director Nico did touch that affordability part of it. And within affordability, big part comes to be the fire claims. Those are big issues with all the utilities, PG&E or public utilities. So 11 states have passed reasonable fire liability reforms, and California has not done that. So we are pressing hard, NCPA and all the cities are pressing hard California legislatures to pass a common sense fire liability reform on that. That's one. Then we have a 100% hydrogen-ready plant in Lodi, which the federal funding has been cut off, and the state is also not cooperative on that. So that was another demand, that if we get more funding for that, then that plant can be very clean energy plant at Lodi, where we have some partnership. There was another request for small modular nuclear, which is getting big traction from some other states and other utilities, but not in California. So we are trying to push that for that. And with all that, like Silicon Valley Power is considered within NCPA as a crown jewel, and they command a lot of respect within the NCPA community. And we did, both the sessions were in, both Senate as well as Assembly were in session, but we did meet our Assembly member Aaron's staff and raise all these things, and also met Senator Wahhab's staff on these things. But it's a continuing effort. Every year they hold this thing. So that's what I was there for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Jane?
Yes, on January 20th to 22nd NCPA held its Strategic Issues Conference at the Kimpton Sawyer Hotel in Sacramento. And it's to talk about, they had some fabulous speakers. The first speaker was Assemblyman Chris Rogers from Healdsburg, and he talked about the way that PG&E makes money is they get a return on investment for their investments. So they could either bury transmission lines through the forests, which is way more expensive, like $4 billion, versus insulating the conductors, which is $400 million, so 1/10 the cost. But they'd rather bury the things because they're going to get a higher return, like a 10% return on $4 billion instead of a 10% return on $400 million. So PG&E has been overbuilding. One of the things Assemblyman Rogers is trying to do is retrain oil and gas workers that are drilling wells to turn them into geothermal wells, to be drilling for geothermal wells. There's a Fire Victims Trust Fund. For the LA fires, they're going to have $9 billion from utilities and $9 billion from the state for $18 billion, but the actual damages were in the hundreds of billions. Then the next speaker was Maria Pope. She's the general manager of Portland General Electric in Portland, Oregon. They have 950,000 customers. They have 4 gigawatts of power in hydro, wind, and solar. They're 45% clean energy. The interesting thing is Oregon has actually more aggressive climate goals than California. They're planning to have 80% renewable by 2030 and 100% renewable by 2040 versus California's goal of 100% by 2045. The interesting thing is that they have some data centers there. Digital Realty Trust is very focused on renewables. Intel's a big customer of theirs. They're also committed to renewables. And you know how the Trump administration is very anti-wind. Well, the last wind project that Portland General Electric invested in actually lowered their customer utility bills by 2%. So wind is incredibly cheap. And Portland is the 6th largest electric vehicle market in the US. The AI and data centers are driving their growth. The typical data center sizes are 6 megawatts to 200 megawatts. They don't have any gigawatt data centers like the hyperscalers. They're trying to do a bill now where data centers would actually pay 25% more than they pay now for electricity, so that would cover the costs. I had the opportunity to introduce State Senator Tim Grayson, who's the Senate Majority Whip, and he has a bill that's trying to stop the closing of refineries in California to address affordability and fuel costs at the pump. So that's SB 237. The next speaker was Christine Horonaka, Senior Advisor for Energy in the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom, and Grant Mack. They were fascinating speakers, talked about the extension of Diablo Canyon, permitting reform, big energy bills that CPUC and CAISO are doing, CAISO interconnection queue reforms. California now has 16 gigawatts of battery storage, and their peak load in California is 55 gigawatts, so that's quite a bit of battery storage in California, which will allow us to get to our renewable goals. And then we had Elliot Meinzer, who's the head of CAISO. He was speaking, and said CAISO serves 80% of California's power. And they're talking about, he talked mostly about the Pathways Initiative, which is the extended day-ahead market, which will combine some of our neighboring states, their power generation through grids into ours, so that when the wind is blowing in, say, Arizona or New Mexico, we would take their power when they have excess power. That will actually lower utility rates. The next speaker was Paul Lau, the CEO of SMUD, and SMUD is going to be carbon-free by 2030, which is unbelievable. And their electricity rates are actually cheaper than ours. Their off-peak rate is 12.8 cents per kilowatt hour. Their peak rate is 17.76 cents per kilowatt hour. Their load peak is 3,300 megawatts. And out of all their customers, they have 600,000 customers, and 160,000 customers can't afford their electric bills, even though their electricity is really cheap. There were some other great speakers, including some of our own SVP employees who had a panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to our second to final item, because we're going to be adjourning to closed session. Our city manager's executive director report.
Sure. Really quick report. This weekend is the first in a series of community events for 2026. So the Lunar New Year Festival, a partner-led event by Ding Ding TV. Also, we'll be sending council a update on our sponsorship packages. As you know, we supplied that to you, and the Economic Development Committee is actively at work. We do have $45,000 worth of pledges at this point, and we'll be providing you an update on the other businesses that we're reaching out to. Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session.
Yeah, if I may just formalize that a little bit, Vice Mayor, you're now going to adjourn to closed session for item 1B. It's labor negotiations with fire, with the details of that listed on the agenda in there. And then from closed session, you will adjourn, not as indicated on the agenda, to the regular meeting of Tuesday, February 10th, but to a special meeting scheduled for February 3rd at time to be determined.
Time to be determined.
Okay.
Councilmember Park?
Well, point of order. I mean, it's past midnight now, and do we have to vote to continue? Do we have to vote to continue to closed session? And this closed session item needs to go today, right? So we have to do that. So if we do vote, and we vote no, what happens? Well, let's not do that. Let's just go on and get to. We'll talk about hypotheticals later.
And the presiding officer, you could do that formally via formal vote, or you could do it by evaluating consensus amongst
Do we have consensus? I think, yeah, something we got to do. So, head nodded yes. Tired heads, but yes.
I can do this all day.
So we'll move to adjourn.
I'm just wanting to make sure I see everybody nod for unanimous consensus. Okay, for the clerk to acknowledge all the nods. Thank you. Appreciate that, Vice
We
Mayor.
are also adjourning in memory of Monty Macer Jr. and Tom Hensley.
Yeah, we read the comments earlier, but yeah, we're adjourning in memory of Tom Hensley and Monty Macer Jr.